Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everything with you is going well. We may be about to really be drunk for the rest of the day. Chakra King Black, it is good to see you. How you doing? Let's play a drinking game. We may be able, we should we may get alcohol poisoning if you guys play this drinking game with me. We're gonna you can theoretically we can pretend as if, hey, Cheryl Burnett, it's good to see you as well. We can pretend that we are drinking. We're going to go over the State of the Union address. We're going to go over the real State of the Union address, that boring ass, lied filled, prop induced State of the Union address. Hey, newbie, it is good to see you as well. It's good to see you all. Thank you for dropping by. And we're going to just review some of the lies and the BS that was set out in front of the union to say that the union was doing well or good or some bullshit. Hey, Detach myself, it is good to see you. It was also stated that Melania Trump is now a movie star. When did that happen? Now, I knew that I do know that Melania had a movie that came out, and the last reporting that I heard on that was the theaters were selling between 1 and 7 seats. All of the theaters were empty. Instead of bringing it out on Amazon Prime or something, Jeff Bezos paid her in excess of $70 million, $40 million for her life story, and $30 million to promote this. I didn't see any promotion going on personally myself. The only thing I heard about the movie when I heard it was going to be made for $40 million, and then all of a sudden it was going to be premiering in our theaters. In our theaters, so it's high. See, these billionaires are so out of touch. As high as it is to go to a movie theater and enjoy yourself at a movie theater, they actually pretended as if someone was going to go spend all of that money to go see a movie about Melania Trump. Are, are they that far out of touch? When they have a whole streaming service so they could hide the fact that nobody wanted to see that dumb shit? I mean, just everybody know what it was. Everybody knew that that was a whole pay to play scheme on the behest of Jeff Bezos to curry favor with this administration. Nobody wants to see nothing about no damn Melania Trump. Okay, I digress. Okay, we're gonna get into we're gonna get into the State of the Union address. And if you guys are not familiar, Midas Touch had a alternate State of the Union address, which was very feisty. It was very, very good. You will actually learn some things about the things that are actually going on in the United States of America. You won't see. Um, you won't see a whole bunch of medals being handed out for people in our military who were put in positions that they were warned not to put our military in, who got wounded. You won't hear about them giving medals to people who were actually doing their job too little, too late that day when all of those children died in that flood in Texas. You will not see somebody get a medal for saving people without acknowledging the unfortunate deaths of people because of the delayed response from the local and government officials in Texas. You no, we're not going to make that into a medal moment. in here in these United States, because Christy Nome said that you had to get her personal signature on anything that costs over $100,000, while she is firing pilots because they didn't transfer her lay down in on her lay down and screw blanket from one plane to another plane that her and Curry Lewandowski used to canoodle on in their private jet bedroom. We're not going to hear any of this. Yeah, the married Christy Nome. Yeah, we're not going to hear any of this shit. The Midas Touch is going to give you the facts on the ground. It was hosted by Katie Fang and Joy Ann Reed. So if you didn't see either of those, thank you for the super chat. Chakra King Black, I appreciate your support. My goals, I didn't even put my goals up, and you are blessing me. My goals are always to give you some information about things that you may not be aware of. Also, I want to talk about this water situation. 4547 did talk in his address about creating a bill. He legislates by uh, declaration, like he's a king. Now, the Supreme Court, who he says should be embarrassed about their ruling of saying that his tariffs were illegal when, in fact, his tariffs were illegal. He said that he has found another way to do it, and he may be able to even get more tariffs via this other method that he's going to continue to enact tariffs on the world. He also said that even though the Supreme Court said that the tariff ruling were illegal, all of the countries who he has made deals with wants to stay in their deals because they are very thankful to have a deal with the United States. But one thing about that is those 90 deals in 90 days, they never materialize but off the tongues of the talking heads who were standing in front of mics saying that we've pinned a deal, but they could never give you any details about these said deals. There were no 90 deals in 90 days. When they start pressuring them, saying, who have you made deals with? What countries have you made deals with? Well, it's a long process, and we have about 10 or 20 people who are hammering on the phones. The phones are ringing off the hook. That's all they could tell you about these deals. And we do know that India was supposed to be meeting in the United States to talk about some trade deals. But India, when the Supreme Court of the United States said that these tariffs were illegal, India canceled their trip. We also know that India was buying oil, selling oil to Russia, their BRICS partner. They're partners in BRICS because that's the reason why BRICS exists, is because when the United States decide to uh, put sanctions on different countries, they can continue to do trade with their partners in the BRICS, and they do not need the U.S. dollar to do it. That's the whole reason that BRICS were created, and so like when Iran had sanctions on it, they could still do business. They could still sell oil because different countries could go to them, and they were not on the dollar standard. This is the reason why BRICS was created. Now imagine how a country feels when you have a madman who every time he hears something uh, a report from a news reporter. It could be false. It could be, this is the first time of me hearing that. Did they say that? Well, I'm going to increase their tariff 10 more percent. This is the first time of me hearing that. Did they say that? I'm going to increase their tariffs to 50%. Can you imagine how it is to be another country and being on the dollar standard and having a stupid man in office inflicting all of these tariffs at a whim on you. That is why they are able to trade and do trade in their own country's money. Whatever money, if it's the yen, if it's the ruble, they are able to trade with their own money. They do not have to stockpile US dollars anymore because they're not doing anything on the dollar standard. So therefore, the World Bank, they have not uh, piling up money in the World Bank to use to do their trade deals. They are, what are they stockpiling now in these other countries? They're stockpiling gold. So your president didn't tell you any of this in his State of the Union address. Another thing that your president finally decided to talk about. Now, I've been talking about this before data centers, how that the world, not just the United States, the world is desperately losing water. The water in the whole world is drying up. Water will soon be our next biggest commodity. So your president said that any state that tried to put any laws in to regulate AI, they will not get federal dollars. They he gave an example that he gave an example that the Democrats have frozen money for the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. And he said, so therefore, this is after he bragged about these tariffs and how much money he has taken in from the tariffs and that he was going to increase them and take in more money. The tariff law that he is now using says that he can charge a maximum of 15%. He started off saying he was going to do a 10%, and by the end of the night, it was up to its maximum, 15%. And you can only do that, I think, for 130 days, and then you must go to Congress to extend it. So this is the rule that he is uh, putting down 15% tariffs on everyone since it's been found that his old emergency clause for putting tariffs on the whole world was illegal. So he said that, and I found another way to do it, and I can probably take more, and I can probably charge more money. And the thing about it is, it's already set up. I don't even have to go to Congress. Being a president by decree and still telling you that he's going to break another law to enact tariffs illegally to isolate America further. So you think the station of the position of our union is stable, good, doing well? I don't think so. So let's get into some of the lies and deception that we heard on the State of the Union address, shall we? I think we could. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you right quick. All of the links will be in my description box for you as well. So every time you hear a lie, if you hear a lie that I don't catch, uh, stop me and say, "Hey, have a drink. Put a little Bailey's in your coffee this morning." And by the end of this video, you're gonna be two sheets to the wind, messing around with 45, 47. Now, also the Midas Touch. I think I may have to refine their link. I think they have removed their link. I may have to go to the Katie Fang show. So let's start. Let's start with the beginning of the BS. Y'all still here? We get to see all of the pomp and circumstance, and the empty seats, and the sycophant clapping and USA, USA, sounding like some cult. Every time they're embarrassed with all of these chants of USA, as if they are, as if they are so patriotic in their bullshit and their theft from the country. Now, Stephen A. Smith said, "Y'all better stop calling the president a criminal." You know, Stephen A. Smith, who is trying to brown nose himself in a position where someone would donate money to him, as he's telling you that everything Donald Trump administration is doing should be respected, and how you better stop disrespecting the president, and you need to work with the president. This numbnuts is talking about throwing his hat in the ring for president himself. He's saying that he's going to throw his hat in the ring to be the Democrat nominee, though, while you need to kiss the ass of this sitting Republican president. He said, "You guys need to stop calling him a criminal." Well, it's not the people per se who just sat up and decided to call him what a jury has called him. If you want us to stop calling him a criminal, maybe you ought to address the people who found him guilty of crimes, you stupid numbnuts. Oh, okay. Let's get into this. Uh, I this is what I want to show you. Something interesting happened. Okay, there's the Supreme Court. We see Alina Kagan. We see what is his name? Oh God. Oh God. I can Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Barry Coney, and Chief Justice Roberts right here. These are the only Supreme Court justices that showed up. Uh, there is no not Alito. Oh, I not Alito. There's no Thomas. There's no Ketanji Brown Jackson. There's no Sonia Sotomayor, and there's no what is his name? Begins with an A. I don't. I know it's not Alito, but these are the ones that showed up. But I want to show you the entrance of his cabinet. In this State of the Union address, we had a big show of the cabinet entering the quorum, and let's check that out.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, from Michigan. Members.
Diplomatic Corps.
These are the special guests. Oh, and then we have the dutiful Erica Kirk, who was propped up and crying these uh, wiping the tears that never came down her face and looking up at the sky and oh Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. We had to endure that bullshit. You know, the same Erica Kirk who said she hadn't dated prior to Charlie Kirk, and all they have been finding is her going on TV shows like the greatest race, her minor league baseball boyfriend who she was engaged to, a 14-year-old girl who she was having inappropriate text conversations with. All they could find was all the evidence that Erica Kirk was out here living her best life and dating whomever she wanted to, while she is putting on like she is some trad wife, and you should just get married and find someone right out of high school and get married and have a family. That is my greatest accomplishment. And the bitch who is always on speaking engagements and all of this. Now, since all of this shit has come out and they have started dropping all of these boyfriends, one boyfriend who actually works for Turning Point USA before Charlie, and actually still is there. I believe he worked there before before Erica Kirk, and he is still working at Turning Point. His name is on flyers and all of this type of shit. This Huzzy is out here pretending to be some religious woman who just was looking for her great husband. If you have not gone over to Sabby Sabs, um, she's doing a deep dive, little by little, about the information about Erica Kirk, her family, how her family is tied up in national security for the USA and for Israel. If you not have not gone over to Sabby Sab and hear her tell you how Erica Kirk's uncle has been connected in with Israel, and every job he has had a high level senior position with no experience for all of these high level jobs that he's had. If you go over to Erica Sabby Sab's channel, you will also hear her describe how this same uncle was also mixed up in the ownership of casinos and things like that. You know, casinos were back in the day were usually owned by people in a sketchy side of life, of the ownership that he has had in casinos. Oh, you need to go over to Sabby Sab, and she doesn't talk about it every day. She lets some information pile up. She gets the background of the information, and she'll tell you a story about Erica Kirk. You will see a whole lot of things different. These are not rumors. These are factual things that she will tell you about Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk is also a part of the mm, Rothstein family, a prominent, I think it's the Rothstein family, a prominent, wealthy family that goes back centuries in the United States. Uh, they the original Rothsteins, they took they have erased their children's name out of all history, so you're not able to easily track their lineage. So if you think that Erica Kirk is just some a beauty contestant that Charlie Kirk met, no, 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 honey. Uh, this could be a whole honey pot. There is a speculation that Erica Kirk is a straight up well connected honeypot to get with Charlie Kirk. Now, this is the reporting to get with Charlie Kirk to uh, do this fake we're a Christian nation while uh, appealing to teens and college age students to ensure a a a long a long lineages of voters for the Republican side, and also to instill this Christian right rhetoric, bullshit, racism into these high schools and college age students to really turn the face of America into this white nationalist, this uh, type of thinking, and calling it They are Christian nationalists. Remove interchange the word right in Christian, you get the same thinking. Now these Christian nationalist pastors are really out here teaching some real dubious racist type of bullshit. Like women should not have the right to vote. Like slave owners were not all bad; they were just men of their times. You know, they're teaching the youth this. And now Erica Kirk is the face of this, trying to pretend like she is some wholesome, I just want to be a wife ass bitch. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's see the cabinet come in. Now, I told you yesterday how Kakai Patel, instead of being in the United States protecting 4547, Kakai Patel took his private jet on your taxpayer dime over to the Olympics, and he was celebrating uh, the uh, the soccer victory over at the Olympics. I did tell y'all about that. I hope I told y'all about that. And then your government tried to pretend like, well, no, he's going to repay. He's going to repay us for any money he spent. He had an event over there, but they were unable to tell you about his event. Now it's estimated that Kakai Patel spent over $400,000 flying over to the Olympic and chugging down beers in the locker room with the USA hockey players who just won the gold medal. But they say he was on official business, but for his personal side of the trip, he's going to repay the United States citizens their tax dollars, where he's over there trying to pretend like he has won a gold medal, while a right wing coup had bust into the president's house with a pow pow rifle and a gas can and had to be unalived. Okay, this is your government at work. I want you to notice when the cabinet marches in. There are the Supreme Court justices. There's a whole lot of other ass kissing. There's a Brett Kavanaugh. Brett Kavanaugh who told Trump, well, you can do the tariffs this other way. Brett Kavanaugh, who probably understands 4547 the most. Brett Kavanaugh, who had to sit in his confirmation hearing and hear a woman who said that he had did inappropriate things to her while she was drunk and out of her mind, and she woke up. You know how sometimes it's unfortunate that women wake up in precarious position when they drink too much, and they certain parts of their body are sore, and they don't know, why does it hurt when I sit down? Why does my coochie hurt when I sit down? So Brett Kavanaugh had to have this whole story told and untold, and he was mad and angry and red faced and talking like he was with righteous indignation. Another Supreme Court justice who, like Clarence Thomas, had to come in and had to try to wash away things that were allegedly done in his past with women. He was the one who told Trump a alternative way that he could charge tariffs on everyone else. But whatever way he decides to charge tariffs, he must seek congressional approval after a certain period of time. I think it's 190 days. Let's continue. Are we going to get to the State of the Union address, RonyiQ? There's the movie star. There she is. The movie flop. There she is. Okay, let's see. There, Baron and Ivanka. Now, so let's see this captain, Marco Rubio. Let's see his if his mouth jizzing like he just had a fresh one shoot up his nose. There's Bassett. Oh, Bassett, Lion Treasury Secretary Scott Bassett, who is ready to give $10 billion of your tax dollars to 45, 47, just because he said he has won the case already. A case that has, I don't even know if the case was filed, a case that surely hasn't gone to Trump, gone to court. And there's Pete Head Keg Breath. There's Pam Bimbo. There's a whole lot of. There's Susie Wiles. You know Susie Wiles, who told you that the Venezuela thing was all about the oil in her report, and y'all act like y'all didn't hear her tell you that what was going on in Venezuela. She's his chief of staff. She told you that what was going on in Venezuela was about the oil, and the money from that oil is going to a secret bank account that only your president controls in Qatar. He's going to talk about the amount of oil that they've gotten from Venezuela. He's going to talk about it. And there's the only black raccoon in the bunch, Scott Turner, over the HUD department. There's Ice Barry behind him. There's the real world transportation secretary. What is his name? I forget his name. Whatever. And then you notice who's not here? Who is not here? There's Raising Cane, the 3-star general that took the place of the 4-star general who was unqualified for the position. Raising Cane. Okay, who's not here? Oh, there's Epstein, a neighbor. He was so disgusting. I only look. Kavanaugh's like, ugh, don't touch me. Um, what is his name? He was over Cantor Fitzgerald. I've been talking about this motherfucker all week. He said he lived next door to Jeffrey Epstein, and he saw a massage table in his living room, and he was disgusted. I will never. And me and my wife said we will never go back to his house. What is this slimy motherfucker's name? I forget. Um, and then you found out that after all of that, after Epstein had been in jail for what he did the first round with these children and got a sweetheart deal, this motherfucker was on Epstein's island and took his whole family, the nannies, and everything. He said, I was just there an hour for lunch. I can't remember the reason why I went and visited. We were on vacation and I just went there for 1 hour. For 1 hour. And then we left, me, my wife, my kids, and my nanny. And he did not tell you that he and Jeffrey Epstein was also in business together. This man who, when first asked about Epstein, said Epstein was disgusting, and me and my wife said we would never talk to him again. Only to find out he's a liar. So look at Kavanaugh, like, ugh, do not talk to me. Look at look at Kagan's face. She's like, ugh. He thought that he was gonna go and shake the justice's hand, and then he decided, oh, I better go the other way. Let me go the other way. Let me go the other way. I am not worthy. Look at JFK looking like he's tweaked out. Look at this face. Look at this face. Nobody wants to shake my hand? No, no, motherfucker. Here's Ice Barbie, Susie Wiles. These are the, I forget this numbnut's name behind them. He's over economic things. Uh, who's not here? Kakai Patel is not here. That's who's not here. Where's your the head of the FBI? Where's that head? He's not here. Now here comes a shaken head of 4547. Let's get him up to the podium with his bullshit. Okay. I I've stalled enough.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
Let's speed this up a little bit.
Second Lady of the United States.
Notice they don't bother to put a camera on Usha Vance. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
It seems like if that was true, there would be a lot more applause. It seems like there would be a lot more applause if that was anywhere near true.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Yeah, it is indeed a turnaround for the ages. Tens of millions of people getting thrown off of Medicaid. You going back and have people to recertify. The poorest of the poor, disabled, and veterans have to certify to get an average of $192 worth of food stamps a month. Yes, you are right. Our sitting president and his family enriching themselves by the billions of dollars. You are definitely right about that. Our farmers going bankrupt as we bail out other countries. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Our EPA pulling back the restrictions on air and water safety. This administration allowing the chemical glyphogate, I think it's glyphogate, whatever that poisonous forever chemical that causes cancer that is in the weed killer Roundup. Our administration approving that any amount of glyphosate can be used on farms. You know that that chemical that leaks into our waters and streams and our in our ground and flies over onto farms into our foods that we are ingesting into our bodies. That your own motherfucking Health and Human Service Secretary Robert F. Kennedy took the case to court and won for his client who got cancer because of the leaching of this chemical. Now your EPA has approved this chemical to be used in whatever amounts they want to. You know, of this chemical, and that is a part of a bear of the bear industry. You know, the same bear aspirin industry that gave you $1 million for your inauguration. Now they are able to use this motherfucking chemical that is killing people freely and in any amounts that they you are definitely right about that. Who has ever seen some shit like this? We're out. We're out.
And we will never go back to where we were just.
There's another homo trying to snatch his flag. I guess he was holding a sign up and he got thrown out. Now I want you to see the unprofessionalism of 4547. Look at him trying to snatch his sign. He should have slapped the shit out of him. He should have slapped the shit out of him. Now, there is you're gonna see Trump try to, oh, look at them, they're not clapping. Oh, you guys are disgusting. You guys are sick. Just a bunch of bullshit.
A very short time ago, we're not going back. Today, our border is secure. USA, 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 Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before.
Yeah, roaring down the hellhole. Our economy is roaring down a hellhole. The job market is non-existence. No jobs have been created. I think 18,000 jobs in either 18,000 or 118,000 jobs were created in the whole year of 2025. If it's 18,000 or 118,000, that's zero jobs.
And our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Now we know that's a lie. America is isolated like never before.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Sure. When did you go to Iowa? When did you go to Iowa? And for what reason did you go to Iowa? Did you hear this lie that last week he went to? Was it last week he said he went to Iowa? For what reason? For what reason? Do you recall his trip to Iowa? Sitting up here telling you a bold-faced lie, what he saw in Iowa.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is.
Mortgage rates are unattainable for most people who are looking to buy new homes in the United States. Unattainable. A 4-year low. So if you want to say they are at a 4-year low, that means that they were dropping prior to you getting into office for 3 years. Is that what you're saying?
Down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
The people who feel rich for the first time in their lives, people have always equated home ownership with a way to bring their economy up and create generational wealth for their family. So now you feel that this is the first time in their life that they're feeling it because so few people are able to do that in your economy. And you said that you want to keep the housing prices at the rate that they are now. So expensive that the average job in the United States puts a lot of people out of the running to ever becoming a homeowner. While you're let's talk about how much money the American citizens are making to own these homes. They're not making enough. Most American people are not making enough to own these homes because there's no such thing as what anymore in the United States? A vibrant middle class. That's why. There's the working poor. There is a white collar middle class that you and AI is quickly trying to eliminate, and they are the rich.
And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
He secured more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. So where are these investments showing up? Where are these investments showing up? Besides these his personal coffers, this money that this magical money that he says that are investments in the United States. What is being built with these investments? These promises of investing this money that you're counting as actual investments into the United States. So if the money is here, What is being done with that said money? What you're recreating manufacturing? What plants and manufacturing companies are being built? Let's continue. Bullshit.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
What does that even mean? He keeps saying this. 1989, we're hot. We're the hottest. What does this even mean?
As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added
Where? Where? Give us an example of a company that is building a factory, a laboratory, a company in any state. If this was true, wouldn't he say, or for example, Pfizer is building a new plant to create an medicine in the United States? Where and what companies are doing this stuff? None, none. This is hyperbole. This is propaganda that this motherfucking failed ass president is sitting up here saying. What about and what about these Epstein files? What about justice? Are you going to talk about cops and policing? Are you going to talk about how your DOJ is removing information about this 13-year-old girl who specifically spoke about you by name, and how all the court, and that there is one a handwritten interview sheet from the former FBI, and all correlated interviews and paperwork regarding this are missing per your DOJ. Are you going to talk about that when you talk about crime and preventing crime? No, you're not going to talk about any of that shit.
70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching.
Nobody can believe it because it's not happening. 70,000 new construction jobs. Would those be how many of those jobs are from the people that you guys had working in construction who were undocumented immigrants that are now either self-deporting or are in internment camps in the U.S.? And my question about all of these undocumented construction workers that were working in the USA, who hired them and why were they able to hire them? And if it's USA, 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 what is happening to these people who had been hiring them, that they had taken over the whole construction industry after they shut down construction union so the actual American worker could have a viable life, have a life where they were making enough money. Now, you had all these undocumented construction workers who couldn't even afford to pay their own rent as they're building luxury buildings. Now, that's the USA. That is what the USA really is. Construction workers in the 70s used to be able to buy homes after a hard day's work working in construction. That used to be a viable job that the rich decide to peddle out to undocumented immigrants. And we supposed to just look at the undocumented immigrants like they were crazy. Why were the undocumented immigrants coming over to the United States? Because the undocumented immigrant was guaranteed to get a job by these motherfucking billionaires who did not want to pay the American worker a living wage, who busted up unions so they couldn't collectively bargain for meaningful work hours, work conditions, and pay. to the extent that in hot ass Florida, you got the governor got has the nerves to say that construction workers cannot even have breaks for water because they're undocumented immigrants, because they have no union representation, because the great American way is to hoard everything for the rich class and make the American worker slave for as little as possible, to give the worker as little as possible. This is what America has turned into. Where are all these 70,000 construction jobs? And what are they constructing? And for whom? They're not constructing any new housing. They're not constructing any affordable housing. What are they constructing? The fuck out of my face with this dumb shit.
Oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
You just received or you just stole? You received it. Usually oil is sold. So how do you just receive oil from your new partner? What is this receivership? Usually oil is sold. So you receive this oil. You are allegedly selling the oil back to India, trying to create a deal with India so India will not sell the oil to Russia because your boyfriend, Vladimir Putin, won't end the war with Ukraine. Is that what's going on? And now India said, "Fuck you too. We're not coming to America to do no trade deals." Speaking of this oil that you received from Venezuela, who are you going to sell that oil to? So you can pocket the money in your offshore bank account, 4547. To whom? I just have a couple of questions. I don't know. Y'all have any questions? Y'all drinking yet? Y'all should be good and fucked up right about now. If you drink every time you hear this person tell a lie, have a drink on me.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
We cut DEI in America. Round of applause. Okay, to what avail? We have inserted racism back in America. That's all that they mean by that. That's a one sentence phrase. We cut DEI in America, and you all know what that dog whistle means. I need to explain nothing more. I need not to explain how that benefits America. I need not to explain how that makes America great. We all know that was just some racist shit that I did in America. I ended the possibility that Black people in the United States, women in the United States, the disabled in the United States will have a fair shot as getting what the same thing that the white man gets. I've ended that.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
You lifted them off or you threw them off? Where were they lifted to? Were they lifted into these jobs that they are being paid just enough to apply for food stamps? What did you lift them to? These regulations that you cut, what effect is that having on our environment? These regulations, they can't be job killing regulations because to have regulation you need to have regulators. So how are these regulations job killing?
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And how does it matter to you and how you live your life? A whole motherfucking commercial break about the motherfucking Olympic team. USA, 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 USA.
Action in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Now, we all have heard the American women said they, in fact, will not be coming to the White House. They said that they have other prior engagements. They are scheduling appointments for their hair. They need to get wax in the lower region. Anything. They will pull the hair out of their cooch by hand rather than to come and visit this misogynist president. They have declined the invitation, but he wants you to believe that they will be coming soon. Now, one little question I want to know from all you idiots who are talking about the greatness of this dummy, make America god awful again president. I want to know if you understand that your tax dollars were used to fly these professional athletes who already had free flights. Your president decided to fly these athletes on a presidential plane so they can make this appearance in at this little speaking engagement that he is, this State of the Union address. Your president decided to spend your tax dollars to put them on a presidential plane to get them here. The steward of your tax dollar. What say you about that ignorant shit? Oh, well, if you're MAGA, you're ignorant as well, so you have no problem with it. But let's continue.
They were in the Oval Office before. And I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Oh, so we're giving away prizes at the State of the Union. Here come the prize portion. Here comes the let's make a deal. The Price is Right. The prize giveaway portion of this State of the Union. And guess what you've won? You've won a new medal. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Bride is Right. You're the next contestant on Let's Ignore the Epstein Files.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice?
How many shots in the back have you given? How many shots in the back are you trying to ignore in these Epstein files? How many back shots are you trying to ignore in the Epstein files?
Is that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the member of this case is great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did.
They won a hockey game. They won a hockey game. They won
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. That is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26.
I don't recall him going. I'm going to have to check that. I don't recall him making a personal appearance. I'll check that.
Feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClament closed her eyes and prayed to God. she thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue.
Nobody knew where he came from. He came from the motherfucking helicopter above, like you just said. The pilot who dropped him down know where he came from. What the fuck you mean? No one knew where he came from. He came from the helicopter above. He was doing his jobs that he is paid to do. That's what he was doing. It is no mystery.
Mission, young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Billy Kate, but 164 others to safety. People.
So he did his job. He did what he's paid to do. So did everybody get medals for doing their jobs? Let's look at him being there, being available to do his jobs. What happened in that case? He saved lives. What happened in the case of the things that Christine Nome was over in this same situation about this flood? She didn't do her job, and many young girls lost their lives. But we're going to try to act like everything went so well, and it was just unheard of what was happening when everybody knew that valley flooded quickly in high storms. The actual county decide who Joe Biden gave money to that county to improve their storm awareness, to get sirens, to get whatever they needed. The board said that they did not want to spend the money on that. So what did they spend money on instead? They re-up the radio communication system. I think they hired another sheriff, and they bought some police vehicles instead of shoring up their emergency system, their emergency awareness system. They did not spend the money because they didn't. They were unsure if people would like to hear sirens going off. Isn't that peculiar? These Republicans in Texas, but they want to pat themselves on the back for doing a horrible job, and the lives lost because they are a horrible administrator of your tax dollars. Let's continue.
Watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
The Legion of what? The Legion of that sounds too much like the Legion of Doom. And the man did his job where most of your federal administrators did not do theirs. That's what happened. That's what happened. A job done. A job well done. I commend him for doing a job well done. But isn't that what he gets paid to do? But the fact of the matter is, what does Kristi Noem get paid to do? Where is the accountability in her not doing her job that day?
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service.
Look at this fool. Hold on. Look at this fool right here. Trump doesn't take a salary. He doesn't need to take a salary. He doesn't want a little. What they say? $400,000. You think that Trump wants $400,000 a year when he can declare that he has won a case that hasn't been filed, and he has basically won $10 billion of your tax dollars because his tax return was released with along with 400,000 other American citizens. Therefore, he is going to sue the United States for $10 billion, and 2 days later he comes and tells you he's basically won that case, but he's going to give all the money to charity. You know, the same charity that he used to give out from his fake Trump charities, where he would collect. He would re-gift gifts that were given to his Trump charities. So is he going to re-gift money from his? Is he going to re-gift money? Is he going to pretend like the money that he's given away from charity isn't some of these billions of dollars that these rich people are paying for pardons, and then trying to say, well, this comes from the $10 billion that I swindled out of the American taxpayer? This pay to play, is this where he's going to be giving his money to charity? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Let's go.
Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts.
As they should have. Massive tax cut. So should they be ashamed? No. All the Republicans who voted for it should be ashamed.
They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held
a tax cut for the rich doesn't mean a large-scale tax increase. Voting down a tax cut for the rich doesn't mean a large-scale tax increase for everyone else. It would be different if all of the American people were seeing a large tax cut, and therefore everyone in the United States would get a large tax increase. No, only the rich are getting a large tax increase back to rates prior to the previous large tax cut they got when your ass were in office, that you guys decided to make permanent and then reduce it more. So they in fact were getting their taxes going back to the prior rates that they used to be. That was still exorbitantly lower than the average working class American. They were still paying less tax than the average American. Now, some dummies was like, well, no, they paid more money, not more money against the money that they earned. We pay far more in taxes for the amount of money that we earn, percentage wise, than billionaires. You dummies. But they try to simplify things to make you feel like the average man is getting screwed over because a billionaire is not getting exorbitant tax cuts.
Strong and with the great.
What happened? Whatever happened to the phrase "you pay what you weigh"? I think it was in a Roosevelt era. Over a certain amount of money, millionaires were taxed 90% a 90% tax rate over. I think it was 1.5 million. And you know what that ensured? That ensured a functioning American. That ensured that elderly people didn't languish and die broke and hungry and starving and living in uh, inhumane condition. You know what that also ensured? That also ensured that there were jobs out here for American people to actually earn a living that they could actually do what off of? Actually live off of. That ensured that people who needed medical care could go to the doctors. You know what? They call that a safety net. When people are paid what they weighed. So we supposed to give billionaires all these big tax cuts on the strength that they are just billionaires. We are to pretend like it is the rest of the country's duty to shore up bridges, roads, and all of these things that the federal government must pay for. But we don't expect billionaires to pay for these things. And do you wonder why the American infrastructure has been crumbling for the last 30 to 40 years? And there's no money to fix it, so they act like it's not happening. They act like they're surprised when a big bridge falls down, when over 80% of the bridges in the United States need some type of immediate repair, and it is ignored because they don't get the tax dollars coming in from these big corporations who have these motherfucking big trucks running over the same motherfucking highways that you drive on every day, but they not paying taxes to help uh, uh, shore up the infrastructure of this here United States. But you dummies don't even understand that. Do you understand that the simple fact that the government has been partially shut down over this motherfucking ICE shit of billion dollar the $1 billion that they have given the Department of Homeland Security and border uh, border patrol to allegedly only get undocumented immigrants out of the United States, and all of the technology, the face identifying technology, all of the technology that if you come too close to a border agent, they can go through your phone without a warrant. They have the technology that will take every bit of information out of your phone. The list of people who are protesting that they are putting on government watch list for to deem you a domestic terrorist? Do you know about all of this money that has gone to the ICE agent? And now the Democrats want to make sure that your ICE agents are working within the laws of the motherfucking government. Now, what has happened? What did your president tell you tonight? Last night? What did he tell you last night about the fact that they shut down the operations, all of this illegal shit that ICE is doing with this huge budget they got? What he told you that he will hold back federal money in the middle of a blizzard for the for the federal government to come through your streets and clear your streets. Hold on. He told you he would withhold any federal money that these states that are going through, some states got 33 feet of snow. And he said he will withhold any federal money to give you help until the Democrats reopen the government and stop demanding that ICE operate within the law. Take these fucking masks off their faces so they can be identified. The people who are doing egregious things can be identified and they can be prosecuted for the crimes that they are committing against the American people. Not the undocumented, the shit that they are doing to the American people, to you who have the right to protest your government. You are being caught up in this as well. All of this talk from these Republicans about the criminal undocumented immigrants, the criminal illegal aliens. What about the criminal shit that ICE is doing to American citizens? With their face covered so you can't identify them, so you can't file a complaint against them. We don't know who. Do you know the person who did it? This is why they're wearing masks. But your president said that how dare you? How dare you want some accountability? Because this administration is far from having accountability for any of the illegal shit that they do. So why do you think you're going to get some accountability from these thugs, this Trump police force coming in your community abusing American citizens? Trump is not about accountability. So if you think you're going to get accountability, what you're not going to get federal dollar that is supposed to do the things that you're paying your taxes for the federal government to do for you. So you got 33 inches of snow on your street. Well, get a motherfucking shovel, bitch, because the government is not going to help you out unless you let ICE do illegal shit all across this nation. Capiche? Let's get to that part of this fuck shit.
Big, beautiful bill. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
No, they gave you none of that. They gave you none of that. There are taxes on Social Security. They gave you some withholdings that you can take from Social Security. There is no tax on tips up to $25,000, and if you make more than $25,000, you're getting taxed on tips, and that is for a 2-year period. These tax cuts have been extended for eternity. So 2 years of no tax on tips up to you making $25,000 a year. If you make $26,000 a year, you're going to have to start paying tax on tips. And we know if you're making $26,000 a year, you are objectively poor and you're still working. $26,000 a year. He acts like he did you a big favor, and that's only for 2 years. Are we clear on that? While you dummies sitting up here clapping like seals, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime when they're recalculating the way that they view overtime. They're recalculating it, not counting overtime by the week, but by the month. Y'all still clapping like eagles, like seals? Y'all still clapping like seals, you dummies? Let's continue.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
You see the applause is getting weaker and weaker, even by the clapping seals.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, two children, a year cutting her tax bill in more than half. Done again by Republicans. Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
In the meantime, him and his family has taken home $5 billion last year alone. And he has increased his and his family's wealth by $5 billion, and he wants you to believe, oh, 5,000 whole dollars, and who even know if any parts of this story is real. He wants you to believe that you have won the Mega Millions if he has saved you $5,000 a year, as everything in your life has gone up and a huge amount because of these tariffs. How much has he cost you this year? So basically, you're breaking even. You're breaking even. You've earned absolutely nothing in saving that $5,000 a year, and you still have saved yourself nothing because everything under this administration has gone up. Let's continue.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people.
Okay, now the math is not mathing. For 25 million American children, they donated $6,213 million for 25 million American children. When in fact, the amount of these Trump accounts is $1,000 per child. So how is it that if the amount is $1,000 per child, and it is being funded by, he said, if the Treasury and the Dell couple, and they donated $6,213 million, the math isn't mathing. Where did the rest of that money go? Make any of this make sense? Can you make any of that make sense? I didn't say it. That's what he said. Let's review this.
Who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
Oh, $6,250 for 25 million American children at $1,000 per child. Where's that mathing at? Where's the rest of that money going? Let me see if there's any answers in the chat. Kids are still being born. Annuity and stocks, and at the rate that the stocks are going now, those accounts will be bankrupted. If the American government is going at the rate that it's going now, they will make zero gains on. Well, no, I'm lying. If the market goes as the market is going now, that $1,000 by the time the child turns 18 will actually gain money. Yeah, that money will be worth $1,700 by the time that the child is 18. Children are still being born. I don't care if children are still being born. He said that they gave the 6,250,000,000 for 25 million children. If 25 million and one child is born, it is not for that extra one child. So where's the math? Where's the math? We're still you're trying to well, children are still being born. He gave a definite amount of children. He said 25 million children. So that's not working, stupid. No, you don't know shit. You don't know shit. You don't know shit. While you're talking about, oh, well, children are still being born. It's for an infinite amount of children. No, it's for 25 million children. It's for what he said, you dumb motherfucker. Don't come in here telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about when I heard exactly what he said, you stupid bitch. Get the fuck out of here. All right, let's hear that again for the dumb ones in the back.
They're great people. Eric donated $6,250,000,000 to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
To fund the accounts for 25 million American children is what he said. $6,250,000,000 to fund the account for 25 million American children. Now, where's the math, nim nuts? Who's getting the rest of the money? See, it's easy for you dummies to try to make excuses and not hear what actually was said. Because you're dumb. I forgot. MAGA loves the uneducated voter. Make America god awful again. Let's continue.
They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. Let's go.
Hold on. Pulling number out of her ass. Who's pulling numbers out of her ass? What numbers did I pull? I repeated what he said. I repeated the number he gave. I played it to you 3 times. What numbers did I pull? Goodbye. Another dummy. Another dummy. Another apologist who can't make a cogent argument about what I actually said, what I played for you 3 times that this grifter told you, that you wholeheartedly believes. It makes sense to you because you have no sense. Let's continue.
The American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy.
He sold a lot of these computers. When he first started putting computers together, he sold a lot of those computers. He sold a lot of those laptops. I don't think that the first computers were laptops. I do believe that the first computers were actually desktop computers, a big bulky desktop. But this numbnuts thinks that, hey, the guy who started creating Dell computers and start selling Dell computers as he were building computer system, was building laptops. This is where we are with the idiocy that we're listening to. Let's continue.
Behind it right from the beginning, Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it, how much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades.
Okay. So yesterday, where was the stock market? Yesterday, as he is telling you this shit, you may not know. I think the stock market failed. Let me tell you, while he was talking all of that shit, what happened to this AI tech inflated economy just on yesterday? Let's see.
Yesterday, we saw a significant market drop that seemed to be fueled by AI disruption fears. In particular, the Dow fell more than 800 points. We can put this Wall Street Journal tear sheet up on the screen. So there were a couple of things that happened. First of all, you had this viral Substack post from this group called Citrini. They do sort of like macroeconomic analysis. Soccer and I both read this post. And effectively what it laid out was a potential scenario for what the job loss could look like from AI, the way it would impact a variety of companies. We can talk more about that. But basically people looked at this and were like, oh, you know what? If AI replaces all or most white-collar jobs, that's going to be a bad thing because those are the people that spend money in the economy, and here's the variety of companies that will be hit, et cetera. So there was a bit of freak out around that. And in particular, you can see some of the companies that are name dropped here: Visa, MasterCard, Apollo, DoorDash, ServiceNow, Blackstone. These are companies that were name checked in this post as being negatively impacted by the future development of AI in this scenario that they envision. The other thing that happened yesterday is you had Anthropic make a couple of announcements. One thing that they said is like, hey, we, now Claude can handle working, or Claude Code can work with COBOL. Now, COBOL is this like 1950s era programming language, and IBM makes a lot of money off of sending their teams out to have to deal with and fix your COBOL code. So IBM got hit extremely hard in this sell-off as well. We can put E3 up on the screen to see the impact on IBM stock here. You can see it plummet significantly, fell over 10% after Anthropic announced that Claude can streamline COBOL code. And then put E4 up on the screen. You also had a bunch of cybersecurity stocks that took huge dives, over $52 billion wiped out in just 2 days. And that appears to have been linked to Anthropic launching Claude Code Security. So these are all cybersecurity companies. And so Anthropic is basically saying, you can just have Claude handle this for you. So these companies have, are taking significant losses based on just this one announcement from Anthropic. So the rubber is starting.
So why does that matter? Because this AI bullshit and these tech companies are the only thing that is propping up this stock market. That's why that matters, because these eight different tech companies are falsely propping up the stock market by saying they are spending. I'm going to invest 10 trillion with Meta, and Meta is going to invest 306 billion with Anthropic, and this that a whole circle jokes of billionaires with a false inflated stock market. That's why it matters, you dumb fucks.
To meet the road here, or at least there's a lot of nervousness, Sagar, around where we are and how quickly things are developing. And I think this new nervousness really, is sparked by the Claude Code development and by how much that has shaken programmers, where you can basically hand Claude a project now and it can do a lot of the work for you. And they're starting to envision the way that this is going to impact certainly software makers in the near term, but have, increasingly unpredictable follow-on effects as well.
Yeah, I think that, the essay is interesting. And my friend Joe Weisenthal over at Odd Lots, he wrote up a newsletter. Highly recommend everybody go and read it. What he says is not the macro stuff in the essay, but actually the radical change in who makes money from online commerce and the end of network effects. So it's a little bit difficult to dig into all of the tech, which is why I recommend that you read it. But they're talking about DoorDash, for example, the ability to code up various different competitors. You can destroy some of network effects. Basically, barrier to entry is just zero now. All it costs is a Claude subscription. And you're seeing people who can code are the people who are at the very vanguard of this, but it's going to get pretty easy pretty quickly. I'm an idiot. I have no computer science background. I was able to code up something whenever I had to do a little Googling for Python and all that stuff. And
let's stop there. You have a idiot running around certain sections of YouTube trying to act as if there's some educated elitist telling you that you need to get your children into code. Your code is going to be the next thing. Yes, this coding is the next thing. Now, I'm not I used to be a coder, but now I give prompts for code. Nobody needs a motherfucking fake ass wannabe pretending like you're better than the average person giving antiquated information. Antiquated information when this AI absolutely needs you to do absolutely nothing. All of this AI needed to do to you numbnuts is to go on to AI, start using AI, and teaching AI how to steal off of you. They're prompting themselves off of the information that you have been feeding AI. AI is a self-prompting machine right now. AI don't need you to prompt it to do anything.
My knowledge is literally zero.
Yeah.
And I was able to do it. And it's not good. I can make something, but I was like, okay. So if I can do this, think about in 5 years from now what the technology will come down to. And I even instructed it. I was like, give me step-by-step instructions how to do this. I have no technical background.
Yeah.
It was able to do it. Yeah. It was amazing.
There was a cardiologist who took, I think, third place in Anthropic had a hackathon of develop a thing.
Yeah.
And a cardiologist with zero technical skill or maybe some rudimentary, basic knowledge was able to compete with top programmers and developers in this competition.
Wow.
That's already where we are. And so, in some ways, coding is, the most natural fit for this stuff. Maybe it's not going to work out as well in different industries. Is still hard to say what the impact is going to be. But, there were a couple of layers to this post that went viral that, again, I do think it's worth you reading through to think of all the scenarios, because some of these things to me are glaringly obvious. Like if you eliminate all white collar jobs or 10% of white collar jobs, that's going to cause problems. You're going to have, that's consumer spending that's going to go away. And you'll get in this kind of doom spiral where every company, of course, is incentivized to lay off as many of their workers as they can and replace them with AI. But then you're killing your own customer base and you're consolidating all of the wealth and power in the hands of just these handful of companies. And so it becomes a death spiral for a whole range of businesses. And of course, it's a total disaster for the American people. And as you have people.
It's a total disaster for the American people. Hold on one second. It's a total disaster for the American people, for the American economy. Who wins in any of this? These rich billionaires who are falsely propping up this inflated stock market, which 90% of Americans are not even in the stock market. So while you are sitting around listening to 45, 47 talk about this inflated stock market that is propped up by fake numbers from these billionaires jerking off
Where it
each
wasn't
other. Understand it benefits you. Understand how it benefits you. I'm not going to tell you how it benefits you. I need you to understand how it benefits you, because he's also going to talk about your 401k savings. He's going to tell you that most people who have a 401k savings have garnered over $30,000 last year. But what he's not going to tell you is how so many people lost over $30,000 last year when he announced his tariffs and the stock market tanked. And he's not going to talk to you about the money that was lost by people who were about to retire or at the retirement age, or who had already retired, who had lost most of their 401k savings. So what about those people who were unable to recoup their savings that they lost in their 401k savings because of his big tariff announcement, and that totally tanked the stock market? But he wants you to believe that everyone who has a 401k savings gained $30,000. We're going to get to that. It's a bunch of bullshit. And half of you are not even invested in 401k or the stock market. So you let this dumb shit float right over your heads. But I forgot. Everyone who wants to converse about this are independently wealthy. Half of you motherfuckers don't know a goddamn thing about anything that he's talking about, because you're not invested in either of these things. You just are looking for talking points to talk dumb shit about some shit that you know absolutely nothing about. Let's continue.
Supposed to do it for many years were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong.
Howard Lutnick. I was trying to think of his name. Howard Lutnick.
They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made. Right, Scott?
He's lying. He's absolutely lying. All of these countries are so glad that they didn't make a deal. India, who was supposed to meet here in the United States to hammer out a deal, said that they are not even coming to the United States. They're like, fuck you. We don't have to pay these tariffs. Fuck you. you are the ones who are on your knees. You played yourself into a corner and have isolated the United States. All other countries are making deals with each other and eliminating making deals with the United States. This is what this administration has gotten the United States isolated. All of this bullshit that he's talking right now is absolutely bullshit.
Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the.
They will continue to work along the same successful path. They're going to continue to pay me tariffs that they now know by my own Supreme Court were illegal tariffs. So do you think another country is going to continue to pay illegal tariffs to the United States of America? Do you think that other countries are going to actually pay the tariffs? Do you think that these other countries are going to set up their businesses to trade with America based upon these illegal tariffs? No, they're not. No, they're not. Because they know that the United States business is not going to uphold them. So they're going to go do business with other countries that are not inflicting these tariffs, that they must increase the prices of their goods to the people that they are trading with. So they can stay in business. What this motherfucker is doing is killing businesses in the United States. That's what he's doing. He's killing businesses. He's cutting off trade partners with people in the United States who have to do business with other countries for goods and services to come into the United States without the adding the prices of these tariffs that the United States citizens are paying. So he wants you to believe that other countries are paying these tariffs. Other countries are not paying these tariffs. The American citizens are paying these tariffs. So he wants you to believe that these other countries are going to continue to do business with the United States under a illegal ruling of tariffs. Because if they don't, they understand that he can enact far harsher penalties on them when the penalties that he has already put upon them have been deemed illegal. Is that what he think that other countries are thinking? That you've tariffed us, and I'm going to stay with the wrongfully illegal tariffs because you could tariff me worse. Is that what he think people are thinking? He wants you to believe that other countries think, well, he could do something far worse to me when he can't do what he already did to you, because that was deemed illegal. But this is what your administration is trying to sell you, to try to save face about the illegal shit that he did with these tariffs that was struck down by the Supreme Court. He said that they kept fighting it, and it went to the Supreme Court. No, motherfucker, you kept fighting it. Other courts had already determined these tariffs were illegal. You were the one who kept appealing and appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court because you thought that this lay down court, this court that lays down and give you everything you wanted, was going to lay down and ignore this law as well. He tried to pretend like other people oppressed this to the Supreme Court when he had lost in lower courts.
Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointment.
The Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. Who involved them? Who involved them? Their unfortunate involvement. Like they said, like the Supreme Court said, hey, come on, let me in here. I want a piece of this. No, you kept appealing your losses up and to the Supreme Court. Are you guys stupid? Do you guys hear what is half of you don't even know how your government works. I understand. He said the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. You were the one who made the Supreme Court, unfortunately, get involved because you kept appealing the rulings that already told you these tariffs were unlawful. Let's continue.
Ruling far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little.
They will stay in place under. Hold on, let me. Ed Z. The court ruled that the tariffs were illegal under the way they were issued. Not that the tariffs themselves are illegal. They, well, if they are illegal under the way that they were issued, it means that they were illegal. You stupid motherfucker. They were illegal only under the way that they were issued. I know that they were issued under some bogus ass emergency. I know that they were illegal under that. Now he's going further and saying that he's going to continue these tariffs under something under another rule that he is allowed to put tariff on other countries. And he said that this method has been tried and true. He's going to try to convince you that there is another mechanism where he can unilaterally put tariffs on other countries and change the tariff based upon the whim or a hint of something going on in the country, or someone saying something that he didn't like, or there is a tweet on X that makes him angry and he can increase these tariffs on other countries. He's trying to tell you that yes, what I did was illegal that time, but I told you it was legal. I told you I had all the power to do it. But now Brett Kavanaugh, the man who had to get approval over a woman's saying that she was inappropriately touched, gave me a key in this ruling that there are some 1973 way that I can put tariffs on other countries that doesn't involve an emergency declaration. Like I lied and said that the emergency was fentanyl. The emergency was fentanyl. But you are putting tariffs on every country in the world. But is every country in the world allegedly bringing fentanyl into the United States? Not make any of this dumb shit make sense. I guess you can make it make sense to dumb MAGA voters. Anything that you say makes sense to a dumb MAGA voter. Let's go back.
More complex will remain in place under fully approved peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex.
Alternative legal statutes that have been tested, and they've been tested over a long time. There are no such statutes that give him the unilateral ability to enforce tariffs on other countries without congressional approval. Period. Full stop. He can enact tariffs for a period of time. If I'm correct, it is 90 days. And he then must go to Congress for approval. No matter what he's telling you up here, no matter what the lie he's telling you up here, look at the confused look on what is her name? Amy Comey Barrett's face when he's talking this dumb shit. But she is one of the reasons why he sits up and lies to the American people because he is the one who nominated her to the court. She is the one of the ones who he was uh, specifically disappointed in because he nominated her to the court. She is on the court, and she had the audacity to rule against him. And what did he say? Her whole family should be ashamed of her. Not only should she be ashamed of herself, her whole family should be ashamed of her. And now he's sitting up here lying in front of this the same Supreme Court, saying that there is a way that he can tariff people and keep these tariffs enacted and put them under a new statute that has been proven, and it has been long time proven. The only thing that has been long time proven about any other way that he's going to put tariffs on is he's going to have to go to Congress to approve extending any temporary tariffs that he puts on a country. Period. Oh, but you MAGA voters, I think differently.
Complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes, and they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by,
Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already been time tested and approved, and it's probably even better than the way that I did it the first time. So you didn't shoot with your best the first time. Is that what you're saying? The first time when you enacted these illegal tariffs under some bogus emergency reason, when you were told 50 million ways why it was illegal and you couldn't enact these tariffs under some emergency, that you kept losing in court because the way you enacted these tariffs illegally under an emergency situation, you couldn't take no for an answer. You took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Now miraculously, you have another way that you're going to do it, and it's probably even better than the last time. Well, how come you didn't shoot with your best the first time, motherfucker? How come you didn't shoot for your best the first time you were shot down in court? How come you continue to appeal a motherfucking losing case up to the Supreme Court if you had a better way the first time? It wasn't until that dumb Brett Kavanaugh told you another way that you could continue to isolate America with these motherfucking tariffs. But they still have to be approved by Congress.
I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
So he believes that tariffs paid by other countries will eliminate income taxes and take the burden off of people he loves. He don't love your po ass. He's talking about it's going to take the burden off of the rich because we understand that the rich are the ones who are business owners in the United States. It's going to take the burden off of people he loves. It's not the working class American citizens, because it is the working class American citizens who are paying these tariffs. And look at the seals clap for the ignorant shit that he just said. Let's continue.
Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. from trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration. Everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for
To drain the wealth out of the hardworking people. Okay, so we know hardworking people in the United States have no wealth. We definitely know that. So, do you think that he's talking about the average American worker, or do you think he's talking about his billionaire class of friends and payola? People that are giving him $1 million for his inauguration, people who are paying $1 million to sit at his little functions that he gives at the White House in Mar-a-Lago, and then miraculously a family member gets a pardon from him. Do you think he's talking about you, or do you think he's talking about his pay to play buddies? I'm curious. And you idiot in the chat, I think that you really need to stop showing how stupid you are. Ed Z, show me where the president doesn't have the right to use tariff. No one said that the president did not have the right to use tariff. Show me where I ever said that. I said that the president cannot unilaterally enforce a tariff on other countries without what? Congressional approval. So show me where you can understand English, you stupid fuck. Let's continue. Let's continue.
everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
Oh, so the Democrats caused the problem of the increased prices that they have to pay. Now, we know at the end of this election, the prices of eggs had gone sky high. They were talking about eggs, 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 eggs. The price of eggs, 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 eggs. Eggs were extremely high. Eggs were also extremely high because many chickens and many eggs had to be destroyed because of what? The bird flu at the end of this election. And once the bird flu was taken care of, and more chickens and egg producing chickens were able to thrive in the market and produce more eggs, the prices of eggs went down because of the supply of eggs became greater. Uh, Now, I'm not going to even try to pretend like under the Biden administration, groceries had not gone up. But under the Trump administration, he said that he was going to get these grocery prices down. And the under the Trump administration, not only have eggs gone down, but the prices of every other thing in your grocery store has gone up dramatically. But he wants to say it's your fault. What is their fault? The eggs that everyone was talking about at election time. What is their fault? It's their fault that grocery prices. It's their prices that beef is ground beef is what $16 a pound now. It's the Democrat part. Is it $6 or $16? Ground beef is the highest price that it has ever been. Not a steak. We're talking about ground beef. Is highest that it has ever been in this nation. As you are bringing in beef from Argentina, and our cattle farmers here in the United States cannot even afford to to feed their own cattle big enough to be able to make money off of their cattle when they take it and try to sell their own cattle. There are so few people that will even process American cows. They are growing cattle at a loss because they are not even making the amount of money that it costs to feed a cattle up until the time that it goes to slaughter? Is that what you're talking about? Who caused that? Who caused that? As they let who was it? Not Argentina. Uh as they let who, who was that? Oh, I did the story on that. Oh my goodness. As they let a foreign entity buy up all of the meat processing plants in the United States. As they, what, oh, hmm, I'll think of it. As American cattle ranchers can't find a place to process their beef because a foreign entity have bought up all the processing plants in the United States. No, it's not China. Good morning, shy girl. Okay, I will pull that up for you. Hold on. I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to get the country wrong. I did the story. Hmm. It. I'll pull that up. Let me let this play.
You that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on.
What is a lot? What does a lot mean to you? It means it's a lie. If he had a number, he would give you that number, even if he didn't have a number. We know most of his numbers are lies anyway. But let's continue.
A little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have got
Caused by you. And you were in office for 4 years and had absolutely no health care plan that you put forth. It's caused by you. How childish is it? You gave the insurance companies the biggest payoff in this century. So What are you going to do to ensure that insurance companies are not ripping off the people who are paying their insurance? It would be the natural question. Obviously, if you think that the insurance companies are ripping off American citizens, you're going to do something to make sure that that doesn't happen. Let's see what you're going to do. What you did was you made it impossible for people continue to get subsidies on the Affordable Care Act, which will make it impossible for them to have any health insurance. So, is that what you did to make sure the insurance companies are not making millions of dollars? You're just going to kick people off who can no longer afford to have health insurance. Is that you kicking it to the insurance companies? Is that how you gonna kick it to the man? Well, insurance rates went up for everyone. Obviously, because they knew that your dumb administration was going to make sure that a lot of people got kicked off of their health insurance. So, do you think the man hasn't already padded their pocket with insurance rates increases, regardless of what you did? So how you kicking it to the man again? Making it unaffordable for people to have health care. Oh, you doing the thing, Dons. Let's continue.
Rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%.
So, what are you going to do about that? What are you going to do to stop that? Are you gonna prevent these insurance companies from buying back their own stocks? Is that what you're gonna do? Let's see what you're going to do to stop the insurance companies from doing what they are doing. Let's see. Let's see your plan.
Like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy.
You want to stop all payments to big insurance company and give that money to the people. Why?
Their own healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own healthcare, which will be better healthcare at a.
I want to stop all payments to insurance companies and give it directly to the people. For what? So they can buy their own health care. Well, who will they be buying this health care from? Are you saying that we're going to be bartering with the doctors? We're not going to use insurance companies at all. We're going to be bartering with the doctors. We're going to be bartering and paying the hospitals directly. So exactly how much money did Trump say that he wanted to give every American citizens to buy this to take care of their own health care? He said $2,000 a year, not a month, a year. So this is his big plan. So you don't have to be bothered, and you can just go out and buy your own health care. From whom would you be buying your own health care with $2,000 a whole entire year? Whom will you be buying this health care from? Huh? Anybody? From whom would you buy this health care from with this once a year $2,000 payment that is his great grand solution to ensure that these billionaires at these insurance companies don't get any richer? Well, goddamn, they don't need to get any richer. They don't need to get any richer. What is your president trying to ensure? What is your president trying to ensure by rolling back the EPA mandates about clean air and clean water, and now he's going to give you $2,000 per year to go to any doctor that you can afford the year for whatever ails you. What is he in trying to ensure for you, the American people? He's trying to ensure that you die. That's what he's trying to ensure.
Much lower cost. Give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
He said you will pay the lowest price, as in it's coming. But I heard that I heard him declare that some prescription drugs have gone down 1,000%, 1,500%, which means that your drug companies are paying you to use their prescription drugs. 700%, all of these over 100%. 100% means it's free. Anything over 100% that you're saving on anything means that not only are you getting the thing for free, that they are actually paying you to use their product. So uh, when are we getting these free prescription drugs? Has anybody noticed a drop in their prescription drug prices? Has anybody noticed that your insurance company is now able to put a name brand drug on a lower tier for your insurance when you get your prescription drugs? Are you still having to tell your pharmacy that you want the generic because the name brand drug is not in your prescription plan? Can somebody answer that question for me? I'm very curious. Since he has done all of this, he's acting as this has already been done. Who has now been able to get name brand drugs under their same prescription plan because the price of your medication has dropped so much that you no longer have to use generic drugs to fit into your prescription plan? That's what that would mean. Is there anyone here? I answer that question. While you're talking about Biden and all of this other stuff, the same Biden that got the prices of insulin down, that when 45, 47 came back into office, that he fucking eliminated that program that got insulin down, where you have people paying over $100, $90 for one insulin diabetic pen. So I'm asking a question. I see no answer. I see no answer. I see no answer. MAGA can't do math. clapping like circus seals. Indeed. And I see no answers to that question. That's not even $200 a month. This is so sad. It's like we're living in a dystopian society. And these people are just so dumb. These people are, but they have so much to say about everything else, but they can't answer a simple question. I guess that's nobody. I guess nobody has seen the prices of their prescription drugs go down. I guess nobody can now use name brand drugs in their prescription plan instead of having to use generic drugs because the name brand drug is too expensive for their prescription plan. Sweetheart, there is no propaganda on this channel. Thus, you should be careful what you say on this channel because this is the non propaganda channel. Okay, let's continue.
So, in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either. But
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, what is this? Mm. Let me see. Let's look up on this TrumpRx.gov. Hmm. Let's see what Forbes has to say about TrumpRx.gov. Uh, this was February 7th that this article comes out about TrumpRx.gov. We'll go back to the bullshit and the lies, but let's go to this first. This link will be in the description box under TrumpRx.drugs. Okay, so you will be able to go back to it. I am sharing it. Okay, here we go. Here's the full Trump's RX discounted drug list and who it actually helps. Uh, Updated February 23rd, 2026. Okay. On February 5th, 2026, President DJ Trump unveiled what he called one of the most transformative healthcare initiatives of all times, Trump RX. The website will deliver the world's lowest prices on prescription drugs to Americans, finally ending an era where the U.S. subsidizes the entire world. You're going to save a fortune, Trump declared. Yet, in America, healthcare promises sometimes collide with the complex reality of how people actually pay for care. Here's my take on this new website. Here's how Trump works for patients. Trump RX is not a government run pharmacy. Instead, it is a centralized directory and coupon generator that connects cash paying patients to pre negotiated manufacturer discounts on 43 specific brand name drugs from companies like Pfizer, uh, Novo, Nordistack, and Eli Lilly. See the full list at the end of the article. Okay, this site displays a new Trump RS discounted prices next to the old US price. For example, it shows the weight loss drug Wegovy dropping from $1,349 to as low. It could be higher. When it says as low, that means it could be higher to as low as $199 per month. For many drugs, the website generates printable or digital coupons. Also, so you can't go here and order your drugs. You can go here and try to find a coupon for your drugs if it's made by a certain manufacturers. That's what you can do. For many drugs, the website generates printable or digital coupons. For other, it redirects the patients to a pharmaceutical company's direct to customer purchase. So website. For example, AstraZeneca Direct. In both cases, the patient completes the transaction outside of the TrumpRx.gov, either by presenting the coupon at a local pharmacy or having the medication shipped directly from the manufacturer. Let me see. Yet the most critical financial detail is how patients pay. It's It's a cash transaction conducted entirely outside of insurance. So you cannot have insurance. You cannot use your insurance to go to this great TrumpRx.gov. You cannot use insurance to pay for your drugs. This means the payment does not count towards a patient's annual insurance deductible or out of pocket maximum. That thing that you must pay at the beginning of the year. You must pay a certain out of pocket for your prescriptions, and then your prescriptions are free the remainder of the year. Well, if you use TrumpRx.gov, they don't accept insurance anyway. So you're always paying out of pocket. Oh, what a great thing your president has done for you. He's saving you so much money on prescription drugs. No, he's not making it where your prescription drugs, you can get better name brand drugs through your pharmacy. No, he's making you have to pay out of pocket, and your insurance is not paying for none of your drugs. But he's also making sure that you have no insurance. He's also making sure he's kicking you off of insurance. So you have no insurance. So why are you even worried about these prescription drugs? Who's going to write these prescriptions for you in the first place? You think that you are going to be able to go and use the emergency room for your doctor when your ailments and your pain gets so bad? Do you think that a emergency room doctor is going to write you a full prescription? No, emergency room doctor is going to write you 3 to 7 to 10 days worth of medication for the thing that you are going through. Do you think that your emergency room doctor is going to write you a prescription for heart medication, for diabetes medication, for anxiety medication, for whatever medication of long-term medication that you need? Who's going to write these prescriptions for you because you have no insurance? Because this is what this Trump RX is for. It's for motherfuckers who have to pay for out of pocket because they have no insurance. Let's be real clear on what exactly this is. Let's quit playing games. Why Trump RX prices are so heavily discounted. We remember all of these executives went into the White House, the Eli Lilly, and all of these manufacturers. What they showed up with RFK looking like he had the jitters, like he had drank a I'll put it this way. It looked like he had drank 1,000 cup of coffee and he was jittering and spazzing. His body was moving uncontrollably in the White House. And then that one old man, he passed out on the floor while they were talking about giving you prescription drugs and making sure that their specific prescription drugs would be available at a lower cost. So this is how they did that. The guy passed out, and R.F. Kennedy Jr., who was over Health and Human Services, looked down at the man on the floor and shot out of the motherfucking room. He's over Health and Human Services. He didn't even bend down to make sure the man was okay. He looked down at that motherfucker laid out on that floor and he dashed out of the room. I guess he thought that he would be next because I guess he thought that hey, I'm jittering so much. I'm probably next motherfucker who's about to fall out on the floor. And Donald Trump sat down in his chair, was rolling his eyes like, get that motherfucker out of here. He done stole my moment. Y'all remember that? This is when these people, that is the deal that they made for this Trump prescription RX. I may try to show it to you. The large discounts are as a result of separate policy deals between the Trump administration and 16 major drug companies. These agreements require manufacturers to lower U.S. prices for selected drugs to match the lowest net price paid in a group of peer countries like Canada, the UK, and Germany. Let's see what the drugs are. I'm going to drop this link just in case you are one of the people who are going to lose your health care under this administration. I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to actually drop the link to the Trump prescription RX in the chat. I will do you that favor. There it is. If you need to be boosted out of your hard-earned pay, there you are. Okay, let me see. For a specific segment of the population, Trump RX could be a significant financial lifeline. For the uninsured, roughly 8% of non elderly Americans, the difference between a $1,400 drug and a $199 drug could be the difference between treatment and no treatment. Well, if they are spending 1,400, let me see, what was that price? If they are spending $1,400 on as opposed to $199, it seems like to me that they are in the Wegovy weight loss section. If they are spending that on weight loss, surely they can spend more money at a gym or something if they are trying to buy Wegovy, and they can get up off of their ass and go to a gym. They can get up off of their ass and buy real healthy food as opposed to these empty calories that are at these fast food places if they are poor. And this is what they feel like, oh, it's going to save me if I have to spend $1,400 as opposed to $199 drug. It seems like a gym membership for $15 a month would do them better than any drug that is available. If we're talking about 1,400 versus 199, you're talking the Wegovy drug prices. Dr. Ashley Jha, former White House COVID-19 coordinator, noted this site will be really helpful for people who don't have health insurance. Okay, other potential beneficiary is the insurance patient with a high deductible health plan. With over 50% of covered workers in such plans, many face out of pocket costs that mirror cash prices until they meet their deductible. A Trump RX coupon could provide crucial short-term relief for a needed medication. Well, how come the Trump, if that is true, that is acknowledging that some working people have to be in plans that 50% of covered workers are in plans where they have high deductibles. That's acknowledging that. So if Trump wanted to do something for the American people, why isn't he making sure? And he's complaining about the insurance company making all of this money. How come he's not doing anything to ensure that these insurance companies don't have the American 50% of the American workers in insurance plans with these high deductibles? Is my question. Because he's blowing smoke up your ass. Let's continue. However, this choice requires this choice could requires careful calculation. Take the example, say that your plan has a $3,000 deductible and you need a $900 medication. Paying through insurance will apply $900 towards that goal. If you instead use Trump RX, it pays and pay $300 cash, you save $600 immediately, but the $300 payment doesn't count towards your deductible. You saved today, but delayed the point at which your insurance began covering the cost. This cost could lead to a higher total spending if you had significant medical needs later. So, you can save $600, but you still have to pay the total $3,000 deductible because nothing that you pay for this discounted medication goes towards your $3,000 deductible. So you still owe this $3,000 deductible. Did Trump tell you that? How come Trump didn't kind of work that out in the agreement that he made with his buddies from Eli Lilly and those other corporations? How come he didn't ensure that with this discounted prices that it will be deducted from your insurance company at the rate that the insurance company would charge you? Since he's saying that the insurance company are the people who are trying to get over on you, huh? Huh? I make that he's trying to help you. He's trying to help you. And of the cost that the insurance company and that at the cost, say let's say if you're paying $900, uh how much do you think the insurance company is paying for this medication? The insurance company who has a larger pool of customers. The more customers the insurance company has, the greater pool of people that they have to go to these pharmaceutical companies. I have this one customer. What can you give me? What's the lowest price can you give me for this one customer? And the medication is $900. They're gonna say $900. I have 5 million customers that use this drug. What is the lowest price that you can give me this drug for? Who do you think is going to get the better price? The insurance company with their millions of patients that use this drug. Do you think that they're paying $900 per a pop for this medication that they are getting from these pharmaceutical companies? Is that what you think? Y'all gotta wake up. Is that what you think? No, they're not paying $900 at all. They're probably paying $3 or $4 and charging you the $900 for the drug. And you're going to have to meet your high threshold. But has 4547 done anything to do this? Do the insurance companies still get their money? Yes and yes. Yes and yes. The insurance company is still going to get their $900, even if you go on his little fake ass prescription saving plan. You still gonna have to pay your insurance company. So he's presenting this as if he's helping you not have to pay these greedy insurance companies, but he's not. Well, let's see what drugs. Are we done with this? Are we done with believing the bullshit? Here's the complete list of the 43 Trump RX drug discounts. Um, I can't even pronounce half of these drugs. I haven't heard of half of these drugs. Here is the list. Uh, Ozempic pen. They got the fat pen on there. They have Gonal F. I don't even know what that is. Zepabond. I don't know what that is. I don't know what half of this stuff is. If you see your drug here, take a look at it. I don't know what any of these medications are. If you see your medication here, uh, there are the prices. I have put the link to this bullshit TrumpRx.gov in the description in the chat as well. I will put it in the description box. None of this is familiar to me. It may be but I'm not on a lot of medication. It may be familiar to some of you guys, but check it out. There you go. Oh, they do have an insulin, uh, Lissapro. Current price $50. Trump RX price $30. Okay, there you go. Okay, are we done with this? Are we done with this? I think we're done. Let's finish out. I'm not gonna interrupt. I have gone too long with this bullshit with him and his lies. Are y'all drunk yet? Y'all should be good and slosh because this is a drinking game.
Big part of healthcare from the highest price.
This is a drinking game. Every time you hear a lie, have a drink. I know it's early, but hey.
Second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Catherine, make sure your husband isn't shooting with blanks too.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community. And
so I've been talking about this for months, how these billionaires are plugging their data systems into the regular electricity grid and to the regular municipal water systems. And what they are doing is they are causing the electricity bills for people who they are plugging into their system to rise at a astonishing rate. They are also causing the price of water to expand, and in places like Texas, they are actually emptying out their aqua. What is it? Uh, Aquifers of from water. People or wells are drying up because Texas. I did a story about this. Texas has a thing where, however deep your well is, uh, in to get down to get water from these aquifers, the water is free for you to use and bring up into your well. So what these data systems are doing, they are building wells 5 to 6 times deeper than any person who has property, who has a property that they've used for uh, years and decades. They are these data centers. This one private equity man is just going in and building out wells so he can resell the waters. He's building these wells extra deep so he can excuse me, resell this water and sell this water to data centers. I've already done this story. So I do, of course, with 45, 47, you don't know uh, where the truth lies. But I have been doing stories about this. This is why a lot of people have been complaining about and stopping these data centers from propping up in their cities. A lot of this is why a lot of the data centers have been done under NDAs, where the actual town or county that they've put them up in will not even give you the information if these data centers are plugging into your electrical grid. Now, the increases in your electricity bill shows up as upgrades. The only reason that many of these cities are doing the upgrades uh, is to encompass these data centers. They're upgrading your system to encompass a data center for a motherfucking billionaire who can create their own electricity build out. So I'm not sure of what he is going to have in this bill, but I think that is long overdue. I definitely think that is long overdue with the number of data centers and all of these billionaires getting all of your data, and you're paying for your own demise. You're paying for them to sit up and ruin the atmosphere around your house with all the constant humming from these data centers. Virginia has the most data centers right now in the entire United States, and people can't even live in their houses without their windows trembling, with there always be a constant buzzing sound, without birds dropping out of the sky, dying from constant humming of these data centers. So I don't know exactly what he is proposing, but I know that this is something that definitely needs to be looked at and taken care of, in my opinion.
Very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston.
Wake up! I know it's boring. A shy girl complex. We're moving on. Shy girl complex. It was more of the same. I can't go through much more of this. Let's look at the Midas Touch alternative uh, State of the Union address. It was quite lively. Joyanne Reed and Katie Fang hosted
This is America.
hosted the Midas Touch podcast, Alternative State of the Union. Let's start. Let's start with this.
Across this country, and we honor every person who's showed up, who's risked something, who's cared for a neighbor, even when it was safer to do nothing. That courage led the way to this moment, but we have to make sure that the road doesn't stop here. We need you, everybody joining us here on the Capitol Mall tonight, and everybody watching online. Come to the March 28th No Kings protest and stand up for this country. Before I introduce our hosts for tonight, I just want to give a special thanks to all of the people behind the scenes who helped to make tonight happen. Move On staff, the staff who serve our congressional representatives and senators here tonight, our partners, thank you so much. This is no small task to put on a historic event to fight for our country. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce you to our hosts, independent journalists Joy Reid and Katie Fang. And while they come to the stage, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for being brave. And I want to thank you for being a part of building the America we can all be proud of. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, hi.
Well, hello there.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Are you guys excited to be here?
Let's hear it.
And not in there?
That's right.
Come on, I am Joy Reid, host of The Joy Reid Show.
And I'm Katie Fang, host of the Katie Fang News Channel.
And we are both exes of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. We are so excited to be here. Please give one more round of applause to these
members of Congress.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
They had the courage to not be here. So, Katie, the reason that I am so excited to be here is that, as we just heard from the wonderful folks at Move On and Midas Touch, please give them a round of applause.
Please.
It takes courage.
This was hosted by MoveOn.org and the Midas Touch Network, the largest independent news outlet. Go over there and subscribe to Midas Touch. The link is in my description box. I will drop their link also in the chat. Go over there and treat yourself to some real unbought news. You may want to also subscribe to Katie Fang and The Joy Reid Show.
To stand out.
It does. And look, if you turn around and you look amongst us, it's not just the people that are here. It's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the United States and across the world that are defending democracy, but they need the courage and the bravery of our members of Congress and our electeds to make sure that democracy is defended.
Indeed. And so tonight we are not going to hear a false State of the Union. We are going to hear the true state of our union from the people who are being impacted by the policies that are taking place at the hands of someone who has demonstrated no love for the Constitution, for the truth, or for the care and concern of the American people. It's much more important to hear what people are truly facing and going through. That's what you're going to hear tonight.
The American people deserve the truth. They do not need more lies from this regime. So tonight, you are going to hear people that have been impacted directly by the bullshit of this administration.
Amen. And because I'm also a church girl.
Sorry, Joy, for my language.
Oh, no. I'm a cussing Christian, sis. It's all good. I'm a cussing Christian. But we want to start off this night by doing something that I think is so important, Katie.
Please.
And that is reclaiming the Christian voice from white Christian nationalism.
That's right.
Which not only threatens our freedom, but also threatens a very important faith throughout this world. Christianity is not what you have been sold by Project 2025. So right now, to do our invocation, meaning we're going to invoke the spirit of freedom, liberty, and justice, please put your hands together for the Reverend Paul Brandeis Rauschenbusch.
Thank you, Joy and Katie. Hello, everybody. Hello, America. Let me start by saying that my soul is so glad to be here with the People's State of the Union. I come to you as the president of Interfaith Alliance and as a Baptist minister with good news. We, the people, have the power. Is that good news?
That's good news. Okay, I'm gonna pause it right here because before we get into this State of the Union address, I want to share with you what I previously was talking about the price of meat and how the American farmer and the American cattle grower are being uh, s- um, basically abused by this administration. Uh, if you have not seen this, uh, the link will also be in my description box. Let's understand about all this. Talk about the prices of this and the prices of beef is going down. The American farmer is suffering, and out of their suffering, they are. Taking their own lives, they are losing their farms, and for those who have lost or are on the verge of losing their farm, JD Vance is a part of this thing called acre traders. If you are unaware of this, this is where hedge fund people get together, pool their money, and they are buying up this farmland from these farmers who are losing everything. So there are billionaires are in the business of buying up farms. Who do you think they are going to work these farms? Why do you think that they are building all of these concentration camps in the United States? And billionaires like Bill Gates and hedge fund people are getting together and buying up all of these farms. Why do you think that this Department of Agriculture and this administration is okay with farmers who have been in the field of farming and raising cattle? Why do you think that they are okay with all of these U.S. industries that supply us food? Why do you think that it is okay for them to fail? And who do you think are going to work all of these farms that these billionaires are buying up? Who are these concentration camps for? 4547 said he was going to deport people, the people who usually work in these meat processing plants and on these farms are usually who undocumented immigrants. Who's going to work in these industries now in the United States? Or are we gonna import uh, all of our grains, all of our fruits and vegetables, and all of our meat from other countries? Is this what America is going to do, or are these billionaires who are buying up all of this farmland going to put you to work? He said that these immigrants were taking black jobs. Do you think that he don't consider you for poor white trash, or the people who he is making poor white trash? Do you think that he is not considering you too? Oh, you think that y'all his friends? You think that y'all his equal? You think that it can't happen to you too? You also thought it couldn't happen to you too when he told you that he was going to get the worst of the worst immigrants out of this country, and black people said, "Go ahead, do what you're doing. Go ahead, do what you're gonna do." And you non-white, non-black people, you palm-colored people, you guys went out and you start protesting, as you should do, because you were the ones who put him in office. You were the ones who put him in office. So you went out and protested. But what happened? What did you quickly find out? What did you quickly found out? That the shit that you excused when it was happening to black people could happen to you too, as ICE agents broke the law and took the lives of two American citizens after saying that they were going after the worst of the worst illegal immigrants that had come to America. So what you're going to find out after all of this farm shit blows up, and there are no jobs, no jobs in the white collar sector as well. What you going to find out then? Let's get into this about this meat processing
story in food.
Josley and Wesley Batista
Already under investigation for corruption. This is the biggest story for anyone who eats.
The Brazilian meat packer JBS has been steadily taking
Brazil. I couldn't think of the country. Brazil.
over the American meat industry for
years.
years.
The world's largest meat producer, Brazil's JBS.
This is a company that has been plagued with scandal.
Look at all of the recalls. Look at the child labor. Look at the payoffs and settlements.
Investigating whether Brazilian inspectors were bribed to clear tainted meat for export.
Price fixing allegations, wage fixing allegations, environmental desecration allegations, discrimination in their plants.
Despite all of that, the company just debuted on the New York Stock Exchange.
You are turning a criminal actor loose on American investors. This makes zero sense.
The government seems to have taken a step back from its regulatory authority. They've chosen cheap meat. Cheap meat wins over pretty much anything else in America.
But what is
the government seems to have taken a step back from its regulatory authority. When you hear these Republicans talk about getting around regulations, we have got rid of these burdensome regulations. This is the regulation that they have gotten rid of. You hear all of the things that this Brazilian processing plant owners have been found guilty of, have spent time in jail for. But now they are on the New York Stock Exchange, and they are actually making it impossible for small American farmers to stay in the beef game, to make money doing what they have done for centuries, throughout their ancestors have done. They are making it hard for American farmers. And look what the American public is getting. Meat that they are washing off in bleach and all of this type of stuff, and to put it in your grocery store, child labor, all of these things that is going on, because your American president doesn't see the need to regulate this industry, because regulation is too cumbersome. They just care about the money part of it. They don't care what they are feeding you, because they're not going to be eating where they're selling this food at. They don't care about any of this. Let's continue.
The real cost of cheap corporate meat, and what could it mean for the food we depend on?
Problem is, right now we have set this up for a major collapse.
You're standing in front of our Angus Wagyu cross calves. We have a couple thousand head in this feedlot. Well, for an independent rancher, this is a good size operation, but in comparison to the industry, it's extremely small. The biggest feeders now are 100,000 head plus operations.
Mike Calicrate is an independent rancher. In over 30 years of ranching, he's seen just how much the industry has changed and gotten worse for small producers like him.
Out of this very facility, I used to sell to 20 meat packers at any given time, and that got down to 0. Why is it that U.S. ranchers are going out of business? It's for lack of market access.
Mike now operates Ranch Foods Direct, a vertically integrated meat business focused on local, ethical, and sustainable meat production.
As far as the number of folks in the U.S. that do what we do at Ranch Foods Direct, which are basically pasture to plate, there's hardly any.
Pasture to plate. That means Ranch Foods Direct raises the cattle, slaughters them, then processes and packages for direct sale. But that is not typical for most producers.
The biggest challenge in the production of livestock, if you're going to be selling meat, is that slaughter piece.
That slaughter piece, the processing and packaging that happens before meat reaches customers, is where just a few big meat packers are able to set pricing and squeeze the ranchers selling them cattle. Because of consolidation in the industry, ranchers have basically no other option but to accept, a problem Mike has been speaking out on for 30 years.
Because we only have 3...
So lack of regulations means that Brazil has brought up all the meat processing plants and are paying the farmers less money. They have no choice but to sell to them, because the United States has let a foreign government meat packing plant buy up all the meat packing facilities in the United States. I'm going to go a little further. I want you to see exactly who these people are who have bought up our American meat packing process plants.
Their sights on going abroad and going abroad as big as possible. And so they looked at
on the food industry and the titans who run it, like the billionaire brothers behind JBS.
Joesley and Wesley Batista took over their family's meat packer in their third.
JBS is the largest meat processor in the United States, from Brazil.
And they set their sights on going abroad and going abroad as big as possible. And so they looked at the US to acquire assets on the cheap, and they ended up using bribes and a kickback-fueled corruption scheme to finance loans that helped them get some of the most iconic American meatpacking assets. They've pled guilty to foreign corruption practices and had to pay fines, have even had some jail time in Brazil.
Chloe's book, Raw Deal, traces the Batista brothers' rise and broader consolidation in America's meat industry.
To take a step back, America's antitrust regulations with the DOJ are created around this idea that the top 4 players in an industry, if those top 4 players have around 20 to 25% control together, that's a highly consolidated industry. And in the beef industry, you have 80 to 85% with the top 4. In pork, you have more than 70% control by the top 4. And in chicken, you have over 60% control by the top 4. So that pretty.
There you go. The link is in my description box. I'm not going to play it all. I'm going to get back to the alternative State of the Union address. I just want you to know, if you are curious about the facts beyond this propaganda that you were told by 4547, it is available to you. It is in my description box. Let's get back to the alternative State of the Union address.
All across America, people of diverse faiths and beliefs are showing up, are speaking out, and are proving that love for our neighbors and commitment to our democracy will prevail against the cruelty, immorality, and authority.
We are going to start with one of the true fighters in the United States Senate and his very important guest. So please put your hands together for Senator Chris Murphy and
Ferishteh Ganjavi.
Thank you.
This link is in my description.
Good evening, America. I want you first to give a big round of applause to my guest, refugee and immigrant advocate from Connecticut, Ferishteh Ganjavi. Speech tonight because Donald Trump is making a mockery of this great institution, and he doesn't deserve an audience. I'm not the State of the Union speech tonight because these are not normal times, and Democrats have to stop behaving normally. And I'm not at the State of the Union speech tonight because you're not going to hear about the State of the Union. You are going to hear lie after lie. You are going to hear attack after attack. You are going to see grandstanding. The true State of the Union is this. This union is in crisis right now. By lawless law enforcement, our democracy is wilting under ceaseless attack from a president who wants to be a despot. Millions of Americans are losing their health care because the president has chosen corruption to pad the pockets of his billionaire friends instead of helping average Americans. You're not going to hear any of that in that speech tonight. But by being here for the people's State of the Union, you are going to hear the real story of America, a story of an America that is under siege, but a story of America that is not going to take it, that is going to fight back, and is going to reclaim this country for everything that is good and right about the United States of America. Ferishteh is going to talk to you tonight about the state of immigrant and refugee America. ICE is out of control. It is disappearing legal immigrants. It is tear gassing elementary schools. It is murdering American citizens. Right now, as you know, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. And I just want to be very clear with you about my position, and I think the position of many others who will stand on this stage tonight. Not one more dime for the Department of Homeland Security until they start following the law in this country. Ferishteh came to this country over a decade ago, coming to the United States from a refugee camp. She told me just off stage that this is the moment. This is the reason that she came here to the United States, to speak truth to power, to explain the trials and tribulations that every immigrant, that every refugee goes through to get here, and to press this country to
the border. I stuck in the border. Go Trump. Go Trump. Hey, Murphy,
right, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Listen, guys, Farish Day is here to lift us up to a common purpose and to a common goal, to understand that the best of America lies in how we treat those who have arrived to this country fleeing terror and torture and desperation. We have work to do, guys. We have a mission that we need to complete. And I want you to welcome to the podium my friend, Farish Day Kanchaveh.
Good evening, everyone. Since arriving in the United States as a refugee in 2011, I have educated more than 7,000 refugees, especially women entering the workforce, now thriving as educator, health worker, and essential service providers, each becoming a lighthouse for others. Partnering with over 100 universities across the country, and help young students launch career in embassies, public services, leadership programs, and enter to the top medical and law schools. For years, I advocated for immigration rights. I founded Elena's Light, an organization to support families in Connecticut. And I'm proud of work over the years that we did. Thank you. I'm here today, now standing next to my favorite senator, Senator Murphy, to speak with the voice I'm so proud of. Since the recent election, my phone has not stopped ringing. Mothers have called me asking if it is safe to go to my child's appointment. Women have asked if they should cancel English classes. Afghan families and many immigrant families are confused about their legal status and afraid to travel for work, even within their own states.
Okay, I'm gonna move forward. She's having quite a difficult time with her speech flying around. The link is in my description box under Midas Touch Alternative State of the Union address. Let's see some more of the speakers.
Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district, and I'm proud to stand here this evening with Move On. What a start to the evening.
Now we should congratulate Summer Lee. Summer Lee was the one who put the motion on the floor to subpoena the Epstein files. They tried to ignore her motion and close down the House committee meeting that they were in, as if they did not hear her put the motion on the floor, and it was somebody what is it? I affirmed the emotion, agreed with the motion, and then they tried to just adjourn the meeting. If it had not been for her, there would not have been a subpoena of the Jeffrey Epstein files. This was prior to Thomas Massey. And what Mike Johnson did, because Summer Lee put that on the floor, he adjourned Congress for those 58 days. So they couldn't have a vote on it couldn't have a vote on it to send it to the Senate. So this is Summer Lee. She got the ball moving, just in case you are unaware.
But good evening, one way or another. I am Summer Lee, representing Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district, and I'm proud to stand here this evening with Move On, with organizers, with workers, and with everyday people who refuse to sit quietly while our country is pushed to the brink. Right now, Donald Trump is preparing to deliver his made-up version of the State of the Union. He's going to tell a familiar story tonight, that the economy is booming, that our communities are safer, and that America is stronger than it's ever been, all because of him. But we know the truth. We're living the truth. We know the fear that our families are facing of being hunted down by ICE. We know our neighbors are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, that their health care has been gutted and their federal jobs have been eliminated by the thousands. We know our education systems and unions are being targeted because they threaten authoritarian power and they want us fighting each other so we don't pay attention to what they're stealing from us. And I mean all of us, Democrats and Republicans and independents, young folks and old folks and black folks, whether you're in a red or a blue state, whether you're in rural towns or factory communities, because corruption doesn't check your voter registration before it robs you. While they're terrorizing immigrant communities right now, they're cutting health care. They're gutting worker protection. They're union busting. They're handing tax breaks to billionaires and sending the bill to the rest of us. That's the con. That's the scam. And working people are done falling for it. Tonight, I was supposed to be joined by my good friend and neighbor, Monica Ruiz. Monica is a mother, a community organizer, and a powerful advocate for immigrants' rights. She was ready to bring that fight from Pittsburgh to D.C. to remind folks who and what she has been fighting for relentlessly. But right now, Monica's family is in crisis as it's being targeted by ICE. Her son-in-law, Victor, was followed by agents unprompted after he dropped his brother off at work. They pulled him over without cause. There was no traffic violation, no expired tag, just a man who looked brown enough to be dragged to one of the worst detention centers in the country. Meanwhile, just the other day, Monica's daughter, Adriana, just gave birth to a baby girl who is yet to meet her father because he's been locked up by this lawless agency. Victor has been in the country for 18 years. 18 years of working to build a life for himself, his loved ones, and now his new family. That is the real state of our union, where families are being torn apart and traumatized, where corporations get more say in our democracy than the people we elect, where the government would rather protect powerful people in the Epstein files than the women and the girls who were sexually abused. We live in a country where we have one reality for everyday people and another for the rich and the well-connected and the well-protected. We have to change that. We have to meet the moment with bold policies that level the playing field and deliver justice no matter how much money you have to your name. That's why earlier today, I announced that I'll be introducing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi.
Yay!
Trump's DOJ continues to obstruct justice and refusing to comply with our subpoena to release the full, unredacted Epstein files. Bondi must be held accountable for that. And let's not forget, it was Trump who said it first, release the files. So we'll keep that call up no matter what. Because where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, we know what it means to be abandoned by politicians who make big promises and lie and deliver nothing. We know what it's like when the factories close, when the hospitals cut services, when the schools can't afford to teach, when the corporations are given permission to poison our water, our air, and our communities without consequences. And we know that no matter what language you speak, what zip code you live in, we all feel that pain, and we are all being squeezed by the same rigged system. So when Trump points the fingers at immigrants, our trans kids, our protesters, our journalists, understand what he's doing. He's trying to make sure we never point the finger where it belongs, at the billionaires and the corporations looting our economy, robbing our people, and buying our democracy right from under us. But here's the truth that they're afraid of. Working people are waking up. Across this country, folks are organizing labor and their money. They're refusing to be silent in the face of authoritarianism. But we know fear is their weapon, but solidarity is our power. So tonight, while Trump paints his fantasy version of America, we're grounded in America, in reality, and we're building something better. In America, where we have Medicare for all, every job that pays a living wage, where no one fears being ripped away from their family. That is the America we're fighting for. And later tonight, I'll be delivering the Working Families Party response to the State of the Union, laying out exactly what it will take to build an economy and a democracy that works for all of us, not just the working few. So I'm asking you to stay engaged, stay fired up, and tune in tonight, because this is about building a movement that is big enough to defeat authoritarianism, to stand up to corporate power, and rooted in a simple belief that when working people come together across race, across geography, and across whatever lines they try to divide by, we are unstoppable. So all power to the people, and thank you all for being with us tonight.
Well, hell yeah, that's how we do it. Coming up next, a man who doesn't suffer fools from the great state of Arizona. We've got Senator Ruben Gallego. He's going to be talking about a man by the name of Steve Gomez. Steve is a father of 3 from Gilbert, Arizona. And for the last 5 years, Steve and his family have relied on the Affordable Care Act marketplace for their insurance. But let me be clear. Because of Republicans and Donald Trump's big bullshit bill, now Steve has to decide what he's going to cut to be able to afford health care for his child. Senator Ruben Gallego.
Listen.
Hold on. Screaming doesn't make you correct. No, the fact that you're telling the correct, that you're telling truth, that you are being correct in the things that you're speaking, that's what make you correct. Lying and being trying to be passive doesn't make you correct either. Telling lies that are just simply proven, easily proven to be lies, only makes you a liar. Let's continue.
You know how important this is? I'm from Arizona. This is cold. But let's be clear what's happening there. They want to call that the State of the Union. It is a state of denial. Because what's going to happen under that Capitol is a bunch of lies. Lies that Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to tell us about how great this country is doing right now. But what is true, what is happening right now is that Donald Trump and the Republicans have made this country sicker, poorer, and less secure. Sicker, poorer, and less secure. How did it start? As soon as they got in there, what did they do? They went, they cut Medicaid, and they cut food stamps. Millions of Americans right now are without health care. The poorest of our country are trying to figure out how to make ends meet and how to pay for that grocery bill because they needed an extra $1 billion for their billionaire friends. And when they had whatever money they had left over, then they used it to hire the most amount of ICE agents to have the massive amount of deportations we have now that are also targeting U.S. citizens, racial profiling Americans, arresting Latino veterans and telling them you are not part of this country and make them prove that they're Americans when nobody asked to prove our citizenship when they were sending us to war for this country. Sicker, poorer, and more secure. Less secure. Let me tell you what else. Every day, every American is trying to figure out how to buy food, how to pay rent, how to pay that mortgage, how to get a car, and this president has done nothing to help that. $1,000 per average every American has to pay for his tax increases. And now the corporations are going to get all their money back. Is every American going to get a refund for the $1,000 mistake that this president did? No. Not only that, he's going to double down. He's going to say, screw you, Supreme Court. I want to do 15% tax. And guess what? All of you Americans are going to pay for it. And now we have to figure out again, how are we going to pay for our rent? How are we going to pay for electricity? How are we going to actually pay for everyday food? We are poorer because of Donald Trump and the Republicans. Now let's talk about security. Let's talk about security. In 2 weeks, 2 Americans were gunned down by federal masked agents in front of our eyes, in front of your eyes. And then they try to lie to you. You saw it with your own eyes. 2 Americans expressing their First Amendment rights, and they said to you that they deserve to die. 2 Americans. 2,000 federal agents, mass federal agents, suppressing citizens in Minnesota, acting as if they're a military occupation. You do not military occupy anything in any part of this country. Those are U.S. citizens. They deserve the right to free speech. They deserve the right to say there's something wrong in my community, and they deserve the right to protect themselves and say, I will not stand for this. I will evoke my First Amendment rights and get out of my city. Let's be clear.
Bye, Carrie.
No matter what they say, they are going to lie to you. And I'm not saying this just because I'm just another politician. I'm telling you because I have heard it. We talked about Steve Gomez. Steve Gomez wanted to do everything he could not to have to accept subsidies for his kids. He wants to provide. He wants to continue to have his personal business. He wants to be a responsible citizen. Now he has to make that decision. He has to make a decision right now. Will I continue to pay for this very expensive health care, or will I gamble? Will I pay for my health care, or will I pay the mortgage? That decision was forced upon him by an uncaring Republican administration, by uncaring Trump, who only wants to find more and more money to give more and more tax cuts to the richest of the country that do not need it right now. They're making us sicker, poorer, and less secure.
Okay, let's move forward.
From a lawless president who is shredding our Constitution and who is attacking our democracy. A president whose private ICE army executes Americans and then calls the victims domestic terrorists. That is what Donald Trump and his administration said. We are here because we know our country is being robbed by the most corrupt president in American history, who's exploiting the Oval Office to enrich himself his families, and his billionaire buddies. A president who continues to hide portions of the Epstein files from both the survivors and the American people. When are they going to release the files? A president who wants to erase our history. Are we going to let him erase America's history? A president who promised that on day one he would bring down the costs. But instead, ever since he was sworn in, we've seen prices and costs go up on the American people, even as he refuses to extend tax cuts, tax credits that help people afford their health care. We have a president who seeks not to build a more perfect union, but one who wants to tear it down. And a president who said he would stop wars, but instead is responsible for war crimes and, as we speak, is threatening more wars. We need to stop him. We are gathered here because we know that we cannot pretend that any of this is normal, and that we will not and must not pretend that this is business as usual. We must get in the way of Donald Trump's march toward fascism. We cannot take our country down that road.
The country is already down that road on the on ramp and actually on the freeway of fascism. I want to show you Mehdi Hassan. Right here. That's not Mehdi Hassan.
Please welcome
Ro Khanna.
Congressman Greg Casar and
Greg
Jill
Casar.
Cornick.
I'm sorry. I thought that was Ro Khanna.
Buenas noches, Washington, D.C. How are we doing tonight? I'm not in the Capitol building tonight because I have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. For an hour or 2 or 3 or 4, a man who's made $4 billion off of being president is going to lecture you, the American people, about how good you have it. A man who is building himself a golden ballroom is going to tell you that if you're struggling to get by, that's your fault because he's killing it. A man who flies around in a $400 million palace in the sky is going to tell you how good the economy actually is. He's going to tell us that the State of the Union is strong. Strong for who? Donald Trump and his billionaire donors' bottom line might be strong. The Epstein class certainly is going strong. But the state of our union is about all of us. And everyone but Donald Trump's rich friends know that it's a disaster. Our union is not strong when millions of folks, like Jill, are seeing their health care premiums go up 2 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times higher. Our union is not strong when Americans fear they could be killed or taken by masked agents in our streets. And now the latest news is that Trump is going to talk about in his speech tonight another tax cut for the richest people in this country and for big corporations. 17 million Americans are already paying for Donald Trump's last billionaire tax cut by losing their health care. Do we need another one? Read my lips. No new billionaire tax cuts. It's time for them to pay their fair share so that every man, woman, and child in this country can have a job that pays a living wage and affordable child care and health care as a basic human right for every single person. And while we're at it, we should get big money out of politics so that both parties answer to the people and not to the billionaires. Not another cent to the billionaire class, not another cent to the Epstein class. We will fight this Trump proposal tonight, tooth and nail, and we will make sure that the Republicans that vote for it lose their jobs. What do y'all say? Y'all, we don't need to hear what Donald Trump says tonight because we see what he does. He steals from working Americans to give to the rich. Donald Trump doesn't owe us a 2-hour rambling speech. He owes the American people their money back.
Hold on, I don't know why that paused. Seems like there was a glitch. They lost their signal. Okay. Let's see what she's talking
Turning
about.
the very back on the people that they are supposed to be representing. So thank you for listening. Thank you for showing up tonight.
Thank you, Jill. Let's hear it for Jill. Let's hear it for each of you guys. Thank you guys very much.
Our community tonight.
because I got to
equality, because at this very moment, not covered up by Donald Trump.
me, Kelly Robinson, Executive Director of Human Rights Campaign. She is the 9th president of HRC and the first Black queer woman to lead the largest LGBTQ plus civil rights organization in the United States. Give it up for Representative Garcia and Kelly Robinson.
Hey everyone, how are we doing tonight? It is so great for both Kelly and I to be here with all of you, two proud members of the LGBTQ plus community who are proud to be standing tonight with the people at the People's State of the Union. The single most powerful moment tonight is going to be when Donald Trump has to look up at the gallery of the U.S. House and see the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein looking straight back at him, demanding justice, demanding truth, and demanding accountability. We should be crystal clear about right now what is happening in our country. We have a president who is leading the single largest government cover-up in modern history. We have the single largest sex trafficking ring in modern history right now being covered up by Donald Trump and Pam Bondi in the Department of Justice. Why are we protecting powerful, wealthy men who have abused and raped women and children in this country? Why is our government protecting these men? At this very moment, in my place at the Capitol, is a woman named Annie Farmer. Annie and her sister Maria both endured horrific abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. As we move forward in this investigation, always center the survivors. We are going to get justice for the survivors. And Donald Trump may call this investigation a hoax. He may try to deflect our work. But our message to him is very clear, that our investigation is just getting started. And we will get justice for these survivors. And tonight I am proud to be here with a true champion of equality, because at this very moment, not only has HRC and Kelly stood up for survivors and the victims of abuse, but they stand up for our community, for gay people, for trans people, for queer people that are being attacked and whose rights are being moved back every single day. So it is give a big welcome, and I'm proud to be here with the amazing Kelly Robinson.
Yes, yes. One more time for Congressman Garcia, y'all. Can we thank him for being out here with us for the People's State of the Union and not in there with those lies? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. This is what leadership looks like. This is what queer leadership looks like, too, okay? I'm Kelly Robinson. I'm proud to be president of the Human Rights Campaign. We are the largest
county commissioner who made history as the first immigrant and refugee, the first Black and the first Muslim commissioner in that county. She is outspoken because ICE and Trump's secret police are terrorizing our communities. Let's hear it for Senator Merkley and Nafisa Faye.
How y'all doing tonight? You know, Kelly Robinson, who just spoke from HRC, how about another hand of applause for her work in the equality movement? And how about the Equality Act, so discrimination and bigotry is eliminated across the United States of America. Now, if
quite frankly, I've never heard of it. If more of you Democrats would get out and actually put voice to any bills instead of being puppets and being quiet and not putting an agenda out for people to get behind, how can people tell you to sign a bill that has not been popularized by the Democrats? You need to get up off your asses and put some fire under the voters and give the voters to have something to have fire in their hearts about.
the president was telling the truth tonight, he'd be saying, well, here I am 1 year in, and you know what I've done over the last year? Made the billionaires a lot richer and everyone else sicker and poorer. Is that the kind of America we want? You know, it's pretty incredible to see really the damage that can be done by a leader like Donald Trump. And part of that damage is undermining the very core of our Constitution, the checks and balances of our Constitution. And he has really had a 10-part plan to be able to do that. And one of those parts of the plan, an incredibly dangerous plan, are troops in the street. It means federalizing the National Guard. So we're going to stop that? It means he wants to send the military out and surround the polling place in November. Are we going to allow that to happen? It means
that absolutely will be happening because nobody's doing anything to stop that from happening. And you can guarantee that the military will be at your polling places to intimidate you and to throw you out of your polling places when you go in to vote and you discovered that you have been purged from the voting rolls. That is definitely going to happen as well. And if you try to contest the fact that this administration is looking for every way to purge United States citizens from the voting rolls, you're sadly mistaken.
ICE operating as secret police. And I can tell you this, I never thought we'd see secret police here in the United States of America. I mean, you read about it at some other country about people who have no badges. They show up in an unmarked van. They have no judicial warrant. They knock down the doors. They grab people out of the house. They grab people out of the car. They proceed to disappear them. They don't let them reach an attorney. They don't let them reach family. Folks, we have secret police right now in the United States of America, and we've got to end it. And perhaps the most dangerous part of his 10-part plan is rigging the next election. Have you heard about this thing called the SAVE Act? What he means by save is he wants to save his authoritarian control and turn the presidency into a kingship. We're going to let that happen? Yeah, the SAVE Act would say, well, we're going to take folks who generally might vote for the blue side and make it hard to register to vote. We're going to make it hard to actually vote. We're going to make it hard to do vote by mail. We're going to make it hard for women who have changed their name when they got married, or men who changed their name when they got married, doesn't match their birth certificate, make it difficult for them to vote. You know what? I think if you really believe in the Constitution of the United States of America, you want every single citizen to be at the ballot and able to cast their vote for how the direction of this country goes. So tonight, I am really pleased to introduce my guest, Nafisa Faye. Nafisa has broken a lot of boundaries. She came to the United States of America as a Somali refuge. She became a leader in her community, not just her Somali community, but her Washington County community. She proceeded to get elected to the county commission and to be a real fighter for the fundamentals for families to thrive, for health care, for housing, for education, for good paying jobs. And you know what? I want to say this. When the president and his team attack any group resident in the United States, let's stand by their side. When he attacks our Muslim Americans, let's stand with our Muslim Americans. When he attacks our Hispanic Americans, let's stand with our Hispanic Americans. When he attacks our Somali Americans, let's stand with our Somali Americans. Together, we are virtually all immigrants. Let's together make this nation stronger, embrace each other's talents. I say hell yes to diversity. I say hell yes to equity. I say hell yes to inclusion. And here is a champion doing the hard work at the county level, Nafisa Faye. Let's give her a big welcome.
What's possible? With leaders and leadership like yours, Senator Merkley, residents are empowered to seek justice, and we are called to ensure tragedies like Paulino are never repeated. Thank you for this opportunity and for giving us a voice and for being here today. Thank you.
Nafisa, thank you so much. Thank you, Patriots. Let's save our...
Seen the searing images of Liam Conejo Ramos and his dad ripped away from their home and sent off to Texas for no reason at all. But I'm here to tell you that what you see in the pictures is what's really happening is so much worse than that. Because once you get past the incredible documentation that is happening by these eyewitness accounts in small towns all across Minnesota, this same thing is happening. Restaurants and people have lost their livelihoods because of this secret police that has attacked our state. Families are torn apart and they will never be put back together again. The pain and the suffering and the damage is going to last for a very, very long time. And this is what Donald Trump and Kristi Noem are doing to us right now. But we have seen something else in Minnesota. When they brought guns, we had whistles. People came out in their neighborhoods and they stuck up for people that they didn't even know. They brought diapers and they helped get prescriptions to families. They gathered together just out of the pure love of their neighbors, even the neighbors that they did not know. And when ICE came and started circling around schools and terrorizing families, people like Brenda stood up and fought for their kids because she knew that her most important job was to keep those kiddos safe.
Okay, hold on 1 second. There's someone, Wag, asked her opinion on abortion and gay marriage. My opinion on abortion and gay marriage has no merit on the lives of anyone, but my life and the life of whomever I am married to or having intercourse with. Why would my opinion on abortion or gay marriage? Who is this her you're talking about? Ask her. Ask who is her. You mean me? Why does my anyone opinion on abortion and gay marriage matter to anyone else in the world? If you're against abortion, don't have an abortion. If you are against gay marriage, don't marry another person of your same sex. I don't understand. Where's the problem in any of this? If these are things that you are against, it should be very easy for you to navigate your life in the United States of America. If these are things that you don't believe in, these are things that you will not participate in, I don't get what's the problem. Okay, let's continue.
And so I want you all to thank Brenda for everything that she has done. I want to invite her up to talk about what it has really been like, in Minnesota. So Brenda, can you tell us what happened? When did you first realize that this was happening with ICE and that you were going to have to spring into action?
Sure. I first realized this in December when the temporary order was put through on our Somali families, and we were told, let's watch our attendance, and our attendance immediately dropped. Then the day after the Renee Good murder, we had more than a third of our students absent, and that's when it began. And at that time, we thought we had seen the worst. And I'm about to share with you tonight a story that happened that covers a 10-minute period of time on a morning. I woke up that morning a little bit optimistic, and we learned that 700 ICE agents were leaving Minnesota immediately. Little glimmer of hope. Our second glimmer of hope, our lawsuit to keep ICE out of Minnesota schools, was trending really well in the media. That morning on patrol, all of a sudden, I got a call saying there are 6 vehicles up and down, right outside of one of our elementary schools. They were then in a roundabout preventing our children from crossing to come to school. They were yelling and screaming at our crossing guards. Then our principal was trying to help and trying to keep our students safe. And 4 ICE agents posing as press with orange upper bicep bands were yelling and screaming at her and videoing her. Then a mother was followed who is legally in the United States by 2 vehicles full of ICE agents, and she had to pull into our school so that she wouldn't be hurt. A board member was followed by ICE agents with a 3-year-old in the back of her car. This is just a 10-minute period on one morning at an elementary school welcome.
So think about that. Brenda and her educators should be figuring out how our children can be learning. And instead, they are pressed into this relentless effort to keep our children safe. But I want you to think, as I wrap here, about where the power is right now. The power is with people like Brenda. The power is with people like you and people like you all over this country. The power.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's see what she's talking about.
And that anybody that works for the United States government does so constitutionally and legally. So I got a special guest tonight for you because they're gearing up in New Jersey now. But New Jersey is gearing up for ICE. We want you to know that we're going to be ready when you come here. So you think you saw something in Minneapolis? You come to New Jersey. We may be small, but we're freaking mighty. I want to give Nettie an opportunity to talk to you about how we organize, get ready, and take care of one another. Give her a big round of applause so she's encouraged to come before you.
Thank you, buddy. I'm going to ask if folks can repeat after me. I am
somebody. And I deserve full equality here and now. With your chest. I am somebody, and I deserve.
Don't be biting off Jesse Jackson and adding to it and trying to pretend like this is your speech.
Ourselves that our liberation is not found in any administration, but in our collective efforts. When the outcome of our fight has never been more important, I can say that the union is strong if we remain strong. Every day, I choose to organize, and every day, hundreds of thousands of people across America choose the same. And together, even in the midst of so much violence, we will win. Trump is making cuts to healthcare to funnel billions to ICE to build concentration camps in our backyards. They're using commercial warehouses that have been converted into concentration camps with floor maps that look like slave ships. Concentration camps where they're holding children and adults who have been kidnapped, citizen or not, for the crime of being black or brown or poor or Palestinian. In Roxbury, New Jersey, in Social Circle, Georgia, in San Antonio, Texas, in Surprise, Arizona. All across the country, in all of our backyards, fascism is rampant. And we have to ask ourselves the question, who are the puppet masters? They are the billionaires standing behind Donald Trump, pulling the strings. And these billionaires, they have names. Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Elon Musk, and many more. Corporations like Palantir are beta testing their mass surveillance systems on immigrants, and they are helping the administration compile data on U.S. residents. Across every government agency, including the IRS and law enforcement. They won't stop until they build an algorithmic surveillance where they profit on all of us. In the face of such blatant greed and hatred, the American people couldn't be more clear. We want an economy that delivers for all of us, and a country where we protect our neighbors. From Dilley to Delaney, we are prepared to dismantle ICE. This is not the path we chose to take, but if the only way out is through, then the only way through is together, as one people, fighting for the ones we don't know yet. Presidents can come and go, but we are here to stay.
And while we need to defund ICE, we need to deconstruct Homeland Security. Okay.
Amen. 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 Let me get another round of applause for those queens. Deconstruct DHS. I think I could get down with that. If the funding runs out, I'm not sure it should come back. I realize Kash Patel needs to go to Italy on occasion for fun vacations to hang out with the hockey team on our dime. I realize that he likes to use the private jet and that deconstructing and defunding DHS would interrupt the fun that he's having on our dime. But I think it's worth it. Make him buy a regular ticket on an airline like the rest of us. Coming to the stage. Now, I want you all to say after me, all right? Say, okay. Say, you said that. Say, you did that. All right? Okay. You said that. Oh, I know you didn't say that. The next person that I'm bringing to the stage made that kind of call and response normalized in Congress. The greatest hype woman any member ever had. The woman who's going to let you know when you said it and let you know when you failed to say it. The lady who is standing up for the Epstein survivors like nobody else. Coming to the stage from the great state of California. California's Fighting 37, Representative Sydney Kamlager Dove. Give her a round of applause. Come on.
Give it up for Joy Reid, y'all. My hype women, how are you all tonight? It is a little cold. I am from Chicago, but it's still cold. So I don't know about you, but my mother has always told me, don't let nobody come up in your house and disrespect you. Now,
Word, I heard that.
Unfortunately, I share my house with Speaker Johnson. Exactly. And he's got somebody up in my house disrespecting all of us. So I decided that I would hang out with my people, with the people, with all of us, the people who have been in the streets day after day, demanding better from our government. But in my stead, I sent a survivor, Jenna Lisa Jones, who at the age of 14 endured something that no child should have to. And she sent some words for me to share with you. As a survivor of the abuse and exploitation connected to Jeffrey Epstein, this invitation means far more to me than simply attending a historic address. It represents recognition that survivors' voices matter, that our experiences are not invisible, and that our resilience deserves to be seen and acknowledged in the very spaces where our nation's future is shaped. Moments like this remind me that we are not alone, that our stories have meaning, and that there are leaders who are willing to stand with us. I met and hung out with Jenna Lisa today. And as I listened to her, I was struck by the extraordinary courage that it takes as a survivor to show up and stand up and look your oppressor in the eye and say, I will not be silenced. But sadly, this is a kind of courage that our president doesn't have. So as
Okay, I find it quite striking when this woman is talking about what a Epstein survivor who she invited had to say. You have this buffoon who, you notice they always pretend like they are Democrats themselves. They always pretend as if they're black. I used to be, but you have absolutely nothing to say about the actual content that's being presented. You come off with this bullshit narrative of not of that it's not happening at this time. If you would like to talk about something, I notice you're not talking about the fact that these Epstein files have been hidden and destroyed by the Republican DOJ and the 45-47 administration. No, you don't want to talk about that when the actual person on your screen is talking about a survivor, a child survivor of the of things that were done to children, heinous things that were done to children. But you have nothing to say about that. Don't say anything else in my chat. Do not write in my chat again. Let's continue.
Donald Trump delivers his address and sees Jenna Lisa and her fellow survivors in the audience, he will be reminded what true leadership looks like. And it is not measured by applause from sycophants. It is measured by whether or not you stand by your word to fight against injustice, or whether you want to shield the folks who should be held accountable. But enough about Trump. I'm so tired of talking about this small man who is not worth any of our time. Because this People's State of the Union is not about him. It's about us. And what is worth our time, our commitment, our work. And y'all, let me tell you, up until November and for the next couple of years, it will be a lot of work. But what is worth our time is the future that we want to build. Every single one of us wants an America as good as her promise. And each of our dreams are different. That's what makes diversity so amazing. But there are some fundamentals, y'all, that are just non-negotiable. We have to take on the corporations and the monopolies that are squeezing every dollar out of our pockets and making us poorer. We have got to lower the cost of healthcare and everyday necessities. Nobody should be forced to make a decision about if they are going to pay the rent or stay alive. We have got to make the dream of home ownership real. It is not if you try to dream and work to own a home that it costs you a future and limits your future instead of allowing you to build a future. And we have got to build an education system that opens the doors for all of our young people rather than shutting them down and burying them in student loan debt. And yes, We need an immigration system that lives up to the founding ideals of this country. Diversity is not the threat. It is the very source of who we are as a nation, y'all. And we have to empower our cities, our rural communities with the resources they need to solve 21st and 22nd century problems. And above all, we must, and if you don't know it by now, then you have not been paying attention, but we must save and protect and defend and make more righteous our democracy. Because without it, absolutely none of this is possible. This weekend, I was back home in California in my district, and I was talking to one of my constituents, May. And May said, I want to be able to trust my government again. I want elected officials who will be honest with me. I want to see courage. And real talk, y'all, we have a government that is working harder to harm us than help us. Real talk, we have a government right now where justice goes to the highest bidder and the lowest kneeler. And that is not what we signed up for, and that's not what we deserve. It is time. It is way time. It is past time in Black History Month and every other month of the year, y'all. It is time for the moral goodness of this country to match our economic might. For our leaders to put people over profits, compassion over cruelty, and equity over evil. This is our country. This is our moment. And just like Jenna Lisa said, we will not be silenced. The People's State of the Union starts tonight. And we're going to keep it going every day of the week through November and to the end of this man's term until we get the country that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me.
I really appreciate Move On organizing this tonight and all the people that are on the live stream across the country, because this matters. It matters that we are out here and that we are not in that chamber. Because when we look at the People's State of the Union, people in Minnesota, in Illinois, in California, Oregon, who have stood up nonviolently and with tremendous risk to their own lives to this authoritarian regime that murders its own citizens in the streets and then lies about it. They are saying, not on our watch. People are saying, not on our watch, to an illegal and unconstitutional administration that kidnaps and disappears immigrants of every status who call this country home. An immoral administration that incarcerates tens of thousands of immigrants, including children. Children in for-profit jails where 39 people have died in the 1 year that Donald Trump has been in office. We say, not on our watch. Working and poor Americans who watch while Donald Trump makes billions for himself and his billionaire buddies using grift and corruption and stealing from the American people, all the while stripping healthcare and housing from tens of millions of Americans and driving up costs everywhere. Not on our watch. And yes, our trans kids across this country who are sick and tired of being bullied because it's not trans kids driving up your rent. It is the billionaires doing that. We are standing up for our trans kids across the country. And of course, the survivors. The survivors who are showing us exactly what courage and resilience looks like. My official guest for State of the Union is a constituent of mine who is an Epstein survivor, who is in that building right now, showing the strength and the face of courage to be in that building with Donald Trump speaking, because they don't want him to not see them. They are demanding that they be seen, because the survivors of this horrific global sex trafficking ring of Jeffrey Epstein's, the predators and the pedophiles who need to be brought to justice, will be brought to justice because of the courage and the resilience and the voices of these brave survivors. So yes, Donald Trump, we are out here instead of in there because our State of the Union is strong, because the people of this country are strong, and we will not sit down, shut up, move on, or be silenced. We demand that all the predators, the pedophiles, the grifters, the lawless agents, and you, Donald Trump, be brought to justice. It has been the honor of my life to work with real survivors in every single realm that we're talking about tonight. And tonight I have the honor to introduce a woman who has been an indispensable part of our Epstein survivor movement, who has been working with the survivors to demand that the United States hold these predators accountable. Yes, we should lock them up. And to make sure that we prosecute them, that we bring them down, that we hold them accountable, just like we see in the UK and around the world. Tonight, inside the chamber, Donald Trump will have to face those survivors the same damn way that I forced Pam Bondi to face those survivors in the Judiciary Committee. And so please join me in welcoming the amazing, the strategic, the remarkable Lauren Hirsch, who is the co-director of World Without Exploitation. Lauren Hirsch, give it up for her.
Well, that is a tough act to follow. I am so honored to be here tonight with you, and especially with you, Representative Jayapal. This is one amazing woman who has stood beside these survivors through thick and thin. And we will make sure that every single file is released. And I know that they're over there making sure that every file is released. And you have exhibited extraordinary leadership. So thank you.
Okay, please hit the like button. Since you're here, please hit the like button. I'm going to fast forward a bit. Let's go right here.
Of all the lies that he will tell in his long and rambling address, this may be the most painfully false. Due to his hate, his cruelty, and his indecency, we are more divided now than at any time since the Civil War. Trump's promises have all been broken. He promised to bring down costs, but inflation is up. He promised to bring back jobs, but manufacturing has fled. He promised to end trade deficits, but they have reached all-time highs. But no failure is more glaring, more significant, or more damning than his failure to bring our country together. In January of 2017, Donald Trump stood just a couple hundred yards from this place and took the oath of office for the first time, swearing to uphold the Constitution. As you recall, he painted a dystopian portrait of the country, which he described as American carnage. Little could we know at the time, it was less a portrait of the country as it existed then, as much as a prophecy of what he would seek to bring about in the future. For he has created chaos in our streets. Masked, heavily armed, and poorly trained ICE agents and Border Patrol forces sweep through major cities, demanding to see people's papers. In the United States of America, they are demanding to see people's papers. They have detained citizens and non-citizens alike, shot people dead through their windshields, and while laying face down in the street. When the courts have ruled against this administration's lawless conduct of its administration raids, their opinions have been ignored. When universities dare to protest, their federal funding has been cut. When law firms represent clients whose interests are adverse to the administration, they are punished. When media organizations speak truth to power, they are forced to pay him millions. Personally, all of this violates the oath the president took to faithfully administer the laws, to vigorously defend the Constitution. Thankfully, our founders gave us the tools to fight back against a man who would be king. And chief among those tools is one more powerful than all the rest, and that is the right to vote. And this November, my friends, we must use that tool.
And the funny thing about all of this, when you really look at it, we absolutely know that Donald Trump don't give a fuck about all of this patriotism and any of this bullshit. Donald Trump gives zero fucks about anything that is going on in America, any laws, anything. Donald Trump only cares about making sure that he is able to come into the government. He see a easy grift. He see a lot of sycophants and ignorant people who will not challenge him. He has a Supreme Court wrapped around his finger. He used these mob tactics. If you don't do, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. If you don't do what I want, there are going to be repercussions. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit. He just cares about getting rich and having favor, having people grovel at his feet. That's the only thing that this administration, this man, in my opinion, really gives a fuck about. He don't care who he hurts. He's not. He's not out here trying to help anybody. It's about money. It's about get money, bitch. That's all this is about. And who gets hurt in the meantime? Oh well.
We must vote. One man's story tells us why. On a Saturday afternoon in June in Orange County, California.
Let me go for it. I want to get to Mehdi Hassan. I think this is the last speaker I want to hear from. Let me get to the link is in my description box under Midas Touch Alternative State of the Union address. I think he is the last speaker. Hold on one second. Where is he? Did I pass him by? I guess I may have passed him by. Let me see if I can find him. Maybe he did a pre-show speech. Mehdi Hassan. Maybe it was prior to the show. Let me go to his page, see if I see his speech. I'll do it that way. No, I can't find it. Let me see if it's under his live. I don't know. Nope, I can't find it. So let me move forward to what I did want to share in the. I wish. I do wish the Midas. Let's hear.
Let's bring in John Harwood, Zeteo columnist, veteran political journalist, ex-CNN, ex-CNBC, has interviewed a bunch of presidents of the United States. So I've got to start with the most
recent CNN poll. And he tried to cover that by telling lurid stories designed to inspire hate in particular groups of people. And he tried to bask in the reflected glory of heroes. This, as a president who himself is a criminal, himself is a draft dodger, himself is a
45-47 in that State of the Union address. He gave someone the Purple Heart. The pilot who was led or shot up in that illegal raid on Venezuela where they captured Maduro. He gave this man a Purple Heart. And the man could barely stand. You could see it appeared to me that he appeared to be in pain as he stood up and held onto his walker and got his Purple Heart. And about three soldiers had to help him take his seat. But he said something very peculiar afterwards. The man never cracked a smile, never gave a nod. It really appeared to that the soldier wasn't a fan. This is just my interpretation of the body language. But 4547, after he gave this man a Purple Heart, said that, I always wanted a Purple Heart. I guess, it would be controversial if I give myself one or something like that. Now, this is a five-time draft dodger who has nothing else to say other than he always wanted a Purple Heart, but he refused to even serve his country. I just found that just grand. Let's see.
Been adjudicated guilty of sexual assault, and he made so many absurd claims. Almost everything he said that was narrowly sounding factual was made up. Things like, I inherited the largest inflation in history and now I've cut it down. No, that didn't happen. We were a dead country when I took over. Now we're the hottest country in the world. These things are absurd. They only make sense to the most devoted and the most deluded members of his MAGA base. So the good news is this is not going to make any difference. State of the Unions don't move the needle anymore. Yep. And particularly when the American people are watching a president, to the extent that anybody tuned in or stayed in for the entire 2 hours, they're not going to be persuaded that what they're experiencing in their own lives is wrong because they listened to this disturbed president rant for 2 hours.
Prem, you mentioned that earlier as well, this idea of moving the needle. You've got to wonder, who are these people who work in the Trump White House? I'm going to come to Swin in a moment, who talks to a lot of these people on a daily basis. But the idea that Stephen Miller and co. would sit around and say, this 2-hour screed is what's going to return our poll numbers from the mid-30s to high 40s.
I mean, to me, this should hopefully, for any observer, be the final sort of nail in the coffin of the illusion that, the right-wing movement in America is interested in this mythical practice of mind changing. I mean, they were honoring Charlie Kirk tonight as, once again, someone that they hail as this king of discourse. Everything about this movement is actively anti-political. It's anti-political in terms of civil discourse, of meeting your fellow person where they are and trying to understand them better. It's also anti-political in the sense that they're not interested in genuinely presenting a worldview and changing someone's mind. I mean, it's all about imposition. It's all about forcing, themselves down our throats. Something, of course, many of these people unfortunately have a lot of experience with and all the vicious actions they've done in their pasts. And so, I mean, I don't know. To me, my hope, given how much they're behaving like they're not afraid of elections, is that the masses in this country can at least understand that they deserve some self-respect and dignity, that A, they shouldn't have to put their names behind this viciousness, and B, you ought to have, politicians respect you enough to at least try to change your mind on things.
So on that, Swin, what is the theory of change in the Trump White House, on the Trump team, in terms of midterms, in terms of let's park 2020, let's just deal with November midterms. Is it the case that they just think, well, we've lost, fuck it, it's midterms, president always loses? Is it the case actually the SAVE Act and ICE at the polls are going to allow us basically to rig these elections or suppress the vote? Or is it, number three, we actually think this nonsense Trump said tonight about fraud and Somalis and $18 trillion of investment works on the American people?
Hold on, let me try one more thing. I can't find it, Sarah, and I am unable to clip. Let me see. Maybe it's here. This is hold on. Here it is right here. Thank you, Sarah. I thought that I had saw something. State of the Swamp. Is that what you were trying to tell me too, Leonard? I couldn't click on it. I was trying to click on it as you guys were sharing it. State of the Swamp. Thank you, Leonard and Sarah. Let me share this. This is actually what I wanted to share with you. This is in my description box as well under Mehdi Hassan review. Let's get into that. Thank you, my mods. You guys are fabulous. His mic isn't on. He doesn't know his mic isn't on.
Why? But we'll also ask number two, strong? Strong? Is a democracy strong when a secret police is murdering American citizens in the street in cold blood? Is a democracy strong when lawmakers are being indicted, journalists are being arrested, comedians are being pulled off the air? Is a democracy strong when judges are being threatened, their rulings ignored, their families are being mentioned? Because the truth is that the state of our union is not strong, it is weak, it is stressed. It is being stress tested right now by a man who declares himself a dictator, who has always believed that laws are for other people. For other people. A man who not just frustrates us, he angers us. And here's the thing though, the fact that you are angry is a good thing. The fact that you are alarmed at the state of our democracy is a good thing. The fact that you are here, watching, organizing, showing up, making noise is a good thing. Because apathy is what authoritarians rely on. Our silence is what they feed off of. They want you to look around at all the chaos and say, it's just too much. They want you to think nothing I do matters. They want you to believe that voting is pointless. It won't make a difference.
They do want you to believe that, and I want Charles to believe that I've told you do not write in my chat anymore. Goodbye. I want you to believe when I tell you don't write in my chat anymore. That's what I mean.
But democracy is not a spectator sport. It's a participation one. Democracy is not something you have, it's something you do. It's something you build and rebuild again and again, time after time, generation after generation, tyrant after tyrant. You rebuild it. This country has faced dark times before. Slavery, segregation, McCarthyism, all of those things were defeated, not because America is immune to fascism or autocracy, it isn't, but because ordinary people, citizens, decided that they would not accept those things as natural or normal in this country. So tonight,
Duper, who are you talking to? Exactly whom are you talking to, Duper? Do you and your family member have to work? Is the question. Are your food stamps taken? Is the question. Duper, are you do you think that you have someone upset because they are giving you facts about what's going on in the world, and you try to turn that into the person who is giving you the actual fact as being someone who is in need of the things that are being taken away from the poor people? Do you think that people only report what is being done to poor is because they're poor themselves? No, because they know poor people on average don't try to understand what's going on with the world. So with me having a channel on YouTube, I can delve into bullshit all day long. There's bullshit that goes on all day on YouTube. But I'll be damned if people are going to be around me, my channel, and me having an opportunity to tell people something that could possibly help them. Do you think I give a goddamn about you trying to associate me with being someone who's poor? Do you really think that I give a fuck about that? Because I'm giving you actual facts that you can't even comment on the actual facts, that you think that something you and your troll asses is saying in my chat is going to make me feel about myself. See, because the thing is, Duper, I know myself. Unlike you, I know myself. So there's nothing that you can say about me that I give a fuck about, that has me in my feelings. I'm here giving information that you are so butthurt about because you are a dumb sycophant that you can't not comment on the actual content of what is being presented. You think that you are doing your big one, saying dumb shit about me that is not affecting me in how I ever and how I live my life currently or have ever lived my life, you dumb fuck. If you cannot converse on what is being talked about in the chat, don't write in my chat. Do not be disrespectful in my chat because you're butthurt. Period. Okay, let's continue.
When Trump gives his State of the Union, I want you to remember his speech, God help us all, is not what matters. What matters is what happens after his speech. What matters is what we do next. Remember, fascism is not destiny. It is a choice. It can be fought. It can be rejected, but only if we reject it together. And you know what gives me hope tonight? What gives me hope is that there are more of us than there are of them. There are more of us than there are of them. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, America has been saved before, not by presidents, not by billionaires, not by kings, but by citizens. It will be saved again the exact same way. By you, by me, by we, the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was his address after the fact. Now let's get to the rest of the stuff that I had shared. I had planned to share on the show. Let's get to these things. All of the clips that I have played are actually in the description box. I am going to. I don't want to share that. I am going to actually move on to other things that I wanted to report on today and call it a day because shortly here it will be time to walk my donkey. Let's get into the things that I wanted to talk about today.
Hours before Donald Trump's big speech tonight for State of the Union, a huge bombshell has dropped connecting Donald Trump to the Epstein files in a way that was not previously known. And we are now learning that the Department of Justice is engaged in the largest criminal cover-up in American history. And that is, I'm not being facetious. I don't think I'm being dramatic. I think that's actually just saying what is going on. It's so bad that Ted Cruz is flustered. And he actually said this.
The child molesters are being molested.
The child molesters are being molested. Now, I want you to remember that this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said not even a couple of weeks ago, I think last week.
That fight to release the Epstein files came directly from President Trump. And I know a lot of people have a hard time with that, but that is the truth. He fought the hardest to stop these files from being released.
And we're now learning why Donald Trump fought so hard for these files to be released, because NPR has come out with a bombshell report saying here the Department of Justice withheld and removed some Epstein files related to Trump. Now, I've gone through this. I have found the important bits I'm going to read to you right now. The Department of Justice has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump abused a minor, an NPR investigation finds. It also removed some documents from the public database where accusations against Jeffrey Epstein also mention Trump. These include what appear to be more than 50 pages of FBI interviews, as well as notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor. It goes on to say here, this is from Robert Garcia, who confirmed what NPR is reporting. Yesterday, I reviewed and unredacted evidence logs at the Department of Justice. Oversight Democrats can confirm that the Department of Justice appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with this survivor who accused President Donald Trump of heinous crimes. I have some insight on this from MS Now, but let's just keep going through this document or through this article here. The woman who directly named Trump in her abuse allegation claimed that around 1983, when she was around 13 years old, Epstein introduced her to Trump, quote, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed genitals, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. The FBI interviewed this Trump and Epstein accuser 4 times, and that is important to keep in mind, 4 times. So they took this very seriously. There have been a lot of allegations in these files that are probably just from wackos.
Okay, so here's the gist. Robert Garcia is telling you that he read this one document that in the document said that she was interviewed 4 times. Well, but you know what? Strangely has happened to all the subsequent interviews with this person, the DOJ have hidden those, or have not released those, or have destroyed those. They have a handwritten account of what this 13-year-old reported to the FBI, and that the handwritten note tells you that she has been interviewed 4 additional times. But now the DOJ can't happen to disclose all of these subsequent interviews. Now, you see what the accusations are on this FBI filing or reporting or taking of her story. You see what she is saying. And you hear Marjorie Taylor Greene, who quit Congress, who 47 said he will get someone to primary her. You heard her say that he was trying the hardest to prevent the Epstein files from being released. Do you think that this is why? Let's continue.
Who are going into the tip line, so they have to document it, but they never follow up on it because there's no credibility. This woman was interviewed 4 times by the FBI. They took this very credibly. Now, that is according to an FBI serial report and a list of non-testifying witnesses material in the Maxwell case that were also released under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And it goes on to say here, Epstein told Trump about this woman that, quote, "This is a good one, huh?" The interview reports. Keep in mind, she was around 13 years old. In a 2020 lawsuit against Trump's estate and Maxwell, the second woman added that both men chuckled and she felt uncomfortable at the time, but was too young to understand why. The interview was removed from the Department of Justice's public file sometime after initial publication on January 30th and was republished on February 19th, according to document metadata. Multiple FBI interviews with other people refer to the second woman's meeting with Trump while she was a minor and being abused by Epstein. So there was corroborating evidence that that woman was there with Trump. Okay, now let's go into, I'm not a legal analyst. Thankfully, the legal analysts are speaking up, and here's what they have to say about this. I want to tell you a secret. Your home address,
hold on, he's doing
your phone number, even the names of your relatives, they're all probably online, right?
Seen them, because based on NPR's report,
get what they can't find, get incognito, use code Keith Edwards.
About how we know the pages are missing and who might have seen them. Because based on NPR's reporting, many of these documents, and I think some of our viewers are familiar with this, they have a number at the very bottom that starts with EFTA for Epstein Files Transparency Act and then has a number. That number has a meaning. It's basically a consecutive numbering of pages of a production so that each page has its own unique identifier. NPR basically looked then at the index, compared it to what was produced for this particular witness and her statements, and has, by comparing those page numbers, has counted 50 plus pages that they believe are missing that correspond to these 3 interview memoranda. We have not independently.
50 pages of things could be missing from the index of this reporting. 50 pages. Yeah, let's go.
Done that ourselves, but I trust that if we were to go through that exercise, they're probably not far off the mark, that there are 50 pages that you would expect to be produced in consecutive order that are missing from this. We can tell you that this particular victim witness had 15 documents that are supposedly reflective of her statements. We, as well as NPR, as well as another independent journalist, have all looked for each of those 15 documents, and all of us collectively have found only 7 of those 15. Again.
So that is just evidence that this is truly a cover-up. They know those accusations exist. They know that evidence is in the files, and they have withheld them from the public, which, by the way, is also illegal. It's against the law that was written by...
It is absolutely against the law. The law said that they cannot protect any names. The only people that they can protect in these Epstein files were the victims. We're clear.
Congress. Now, let's just go into a little bit further about these accusations.
You got this reporting. Walk us through it. Well, Anna, one of the things I can tell you is that based on documents that are available in the Epstein files, and we're just going to hold up to you what allowed us to get to this reporting. This is an index of witness statements from people who were not expected to testify at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but whose statements were nonetheless produced to her defense counsel in the run-up to her 2021 trial. We also have a smaller one with respect to those who were expected to testify. And based on those indices, as well as documents available in the file, MS Now can report that there is at least one witness for whom 3 interviews with the FBI in rapid succession in 2019 are missing. You might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal about that is that we can also confirm that that woman is the same person who in a 2025 FBI presentation is identified to have accused Donald Trump of a sexual assault when she was between 13 and 15 years old. We know that based on a human source who has confirmed to us that this woman is one and the same. So I want to make this very clear. There is a woman who, according to the FBI and documents compiled last summer, accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting and physically abusing her. One of the things in her accusation is that in addition to forcing her to perform oral sex, he also hit her in that same episode. We have now connected that woman to someone who was interviewed by the FBI 4 times in 2019. Of those 4 interview memoranda, which are listed in this index that I'm holding up right here, only one of them can be seen. And in that interview, the accusations against Trump are not present. At the most, she says that she had met Trump on one occasion without detailing it. And when asked how she understood that Epstein was a person who committed abuse against her, she showed FBI agents a picture that she had been sent by a friend. It was a picture that she was reluctant to share with FBI agents because there was somebody else in the photograph. It turned out to be, according to this interview memo, a well-known photograph of Epstein and Trump together. She said that she was reluctant to show them the full image, lest she incriminate someone that she feared could retaliate against her. That's all that we know from what's publicly available in the files. But we know that this woman had other accusations against Trump. Where they are listed or...
All right. So let's just slow this down. We're going to keep going. Let's just slow this down for a second, because what they are saying is that this woman, that's why they took it creditably, because she had evidence of them meeting. In fact, there's a photo that I guess is a well-known photo that she personally has that shows not just Trump and Epstein, but some other powerful person. So this is a photo that we know exists, but there's more evidence to it, if that makes sense. So it's like she has the full photo that isn't out in the public.
Where they've been memorialized, we're not sure, but we can tell you and our viewers that there are 3 other interview memoranda taken by the FBI that are not present anywhere in the Epstein files. And this is a problem that we expect may have recurred with dozens of other witnesses whose files may not have been produced in their totality. Again, this index gives a unique numerical identifier to more than 500 witnesses and lists in numerical order the kinds of documents from which their statements were taken. Everything from FBI interview memos to Palm Beach police incident reports to handwritten notes and the like. Going through those methodically, you can see as a layperson or as a reporter what has been produced in the files and what hasn't.
Yeah, so again, it's very, very obvious that there is some sort of cover-up going on. I mean, it's not even obvious. I mean, it's just clear as day. It's clear as day. I mean, and let me just go wide for this. Because I guess...
Paul Griffith, please be sure to click the like, tap your screen twice or hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for coming.
If it weren't credible, wouldn't they just let it sit there? There's no benefit to hiding this unless it's actually damaging to Trump. And it only would be damaging to Trump if it were true. Right? Do I have that right? That's how it feels to me. Let's see what Robert Garcia has to say.
To be clear, we have a survivor that made serious allegations against the president. Clearly, the FBI participated in some interviews and discussions with this survivor. When looking at the DOJ documents, there is a manifest or a list of documents and interviews that this survivor participated in and that should be made available to the Congress as part of the document file search. Some of those documents and interviews are given we've had access to, but there's a series of documents and what appears to be possible interviews that the FBI conducted with the survivor that are actually missing, that we don't have access to. And to remind the public, we're viewing unredacted documents that the DOJ has in their possession. I'm very aware of the survivor, and why these documents are missing is a critical question right now for the DOJ.
Well, we know why the documents are missing. I think we can infer that one. This is insane.
I wanted to share that information with you. So they are hiding the Epstein files. Let me see. ICE concentration camps, floor plan leaks.
All right, guys, I have to give you up.
You heard what one of those speakers said at the alternative State of the Union addresses. Let's take a gander of these ICE concentration camps, of these warehouses that have been set up that are kind of reminiscent of the floor plan leak. It's kind of reminiscent of Auschwitz or a slave trip, a slave ship floor plan. Let's get into this.
States on the ICE Gestapo thug. So first,
all of these things, these links are in my description box. This is under ICE ship. Shall we? Why not?
Well, they are still fucking up Minnesota, bro. They are still in Minneapolis. It was a total lie that, oh, they're drawing down and this thing is ending now. It's just not true. They're still ruining people's lives out there. So, classic Trump, like total head fake, total lie, has basically gotten away with it because the media has largely stopped talking about it. But the damage that these people are doing. So here's another thing that very few people are talking about. This is in The Guardian. Conservative Georgia town pushes back against ICE detention center. And Jonathan Cohn says, quote, despite these and other concerns, as of Thursday morning, not a single ICE or Homeland Security official had contacted Taylor, who's the town manager, or anyone else in the local government to talk about such details. So what they're talking about here is there's this like empty warehouse that basically the federal government is like stealing it. They're, yep, this is ours now. So they stole it. They're using it as an ICE concentration camp. They pick up the phone and they call the town manager and they say, hey, turn the water on for our warehouse here. And the town manager goes, excuse you? What? And they go, yeah, turn the water on for this, this warehouse, this concentration camp we just opened up because we need it running. And she goes, I'm not doing that. And they go, why? Why are you not doing that? And she goes, the town is like, it's a very small town. And they're already at the point where like their sewage system is maxed out for the number of people they have. ICE is turning this into a concentration camp where they're going to bring in all these innocent people. And they're like, if they were to turn on the water and they were to have a large number of people using the toilets and doing whatever there, the system would fall apart. And she's also like, hold on now, I'm the town manager. All these decisions are supposed to go through me. I didn't fucking greenlight the sale of this warehouse in any way, shape, or form. So there's all these issues now. So now you have this conservative Georgia town, and they're going, we don't want ICE here. They're like, this is fucking crazy. What are you talking about? And so this is what's happening, guys. We told you there's about 23 different concentration camps that are now being built, former warehouses that ICE is now retrofitting into prisons, into concentration camps, and they're trying to round people up and bring them there. The other thing everybody should realize is we're talking about we're talking about over 80,000 people can be held in these things. We're talking about 23 different concentration camps. Bro, the idea that, oh, we're just going after undocumented immigrants who are violent criminals, that's a lie. That is a total lie. No, it's NSPM 7. They're also going to go after people who dissent. They've gone after undocumented immigrants. They've gone after documented immigrants. They've gone after legal permanent residents. They've gone after green card holders. They've deported American citizen children with cancer. Okay? None of us are safe. None of us are. And again, they're acting in a way that's above the law, where they act and then worry about the consequences later. So this woman is like, I'm supposed to have a say in what you're going to get this warehouse in my town. I have a say. And they're acting like she doesn't, right? So just a horrible, horrible story there. By the way, a floor plan for one of the concentration camps leaked. a floor plan leak. This is for Social Circle, Georgia. Let me click on this here. So you can see they're creating so many different holding cells, man. It is a disturbing number of people that they could keep here. A disturbing number of people. Also, by the way, there's a certain area that's a gun range. I'll see if I can zoom in. Yeah, you see this right here? 470, gun range, top rightish. They have a gun range here, okay? In so many ways, this violates U.S. law and international law. Their human rights get, totally thrown out when they go here. How many examples have we heard of people needing medicine and they refuse to give them their medicine? And this is what it looks like. And so many people have pointed out, in fact, as I scroll down here, I'm going to show you guys. Right there, boom. You know what this is? The slave ships, when they brought slaves to the United States, the blueprint of the slave ship. So many people are making this point. This person says a map of Auschwitz-Birkenau from 1942. This is where we're at in this country now, man. These are the conversations that we're having. This is what it is. Think about how quick all this happened, how fast the downfall was and the total destruction of our democracy was, okay? Maybe this will wake some people up. Do not go to U.S. UK grandmother handcuffed sleep on the floor of a locked cell in an ICE detention center for 6 weeks, despite having a valid visa from The Guardian. ICE agents get paid per detainee, boycott the World Cup. So yet again, a British grandmother legally in the country with a valid visa gets locked up at an ICE concentration camp for 6 fucking weeks. Quote, don't go to the U.S., not with Trump in charge. The UK tourist with a valid visa detained by us for 6 weeks. Karen Newton was in America on the trip of a lifetime when she was shackled, transported, and held for weeks on end. With tourism to the U.S. under increasing strain, she says, if it can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. An old British grandma. I think she's right that you're getting bonuses for the ICE Gestapo thugs per arrest. And so they're just arresting anybody. How many times have you seen videos of somebody getting arrested and they go, hold on, I'm an American citizen. And the ICE Gestapo thug says nothing. Then they say, I can prove it. I have the proof on me. And they say no, and they go, I don't care. I'm going to lock you up anyway. Think about that. Clearly what's happening there is some colossal incentive that these ICE Gestapo thugs have been given the green light. Hey, you're the secret police. You're the paramilitary. You do what you want to do. But also, we will pay you more the more you arrest people. Clearly, Stephen Miller's not only trying to break the deportation record, he's also trying to break the arrest record. And so now you get horror stories like this. Is this the country that we want to be? Is this, by the way, we're going to do a story in a little bit. Tourism in this country, collapsing. Totally fell off a cliff. Totally fell off a cliff. Because nobody wants to come here anymore because shit like this could happen. People go, wow, am I going to show up to the airport and they're going to, knock me out and send me to CCOT in El Salvador where I get raped and tortured? Is that what's going to happen? Because I've seen the horror stories. That does happen to some people. Am I going to end up in a concentration camp, a nice concentration camp? Am I going to get, deathly sick there and then they won't give me the medicine? Am I going to be able to get in front of a judge? Because clearly they try to keep us from getting... You know what they do, guys? They'll arrest you in one state and then take you to a different state. And the person's lawyer will be in the other state and they don't practice law in the new state they were sent to. They have all these disgusting loopholes that they exploit to try to avoid the law, to try to avoid the Constitution and rights and checks and balances. And nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about this. You're tuning in here. We talk about it. Very few people have brought this up. This truly is a Gestapo network. That's what we're witnessing. The federal judge in West Virginia, where ICE has been pulling over and detaining people on the freeway, are literally screaming about ICE's tactics. Quote, it is an assault on the constitutional order, Judge Goodwin says. A federal judge in fucking West Virginia, one of the most conservative states in the country, is saying that. All pregnant, unaccompanied minors apprehended by ICE are being sent to a shelter in Texas, where Texas's total abortion ban has led to denials and delays in care with deadly consequences. They are as young as 13, and more than half are pregnant due to rape. Jesus Christ, bro. The other thing is, I told you guys, over 4,000 people are missing. 4,000 people are just flat out missing. The other thing is, they have some facilities that are just supposed to be for kids only. This is like Jeffrey Epstein's fucking dream here. You are opening up the door wide open for child trafficking. They've set those conditions on purpose. On purpose. I don't trust these people to. They wouldn't even. Somebody, a 2-month-old baby had bronchitis and was dying, was deathly ill. Took him to the hospital, released him, gave the ICE Gestapo thugs the medicine. They didn't give the medicine to the kid. This is what we're talking about. I don't trust these people. They should not have this much control. They should not have it. It is so crazy what we're witnessing here. How about this one? Florida man feels pain of regret voting for Trump after ICE detains his fiancée to deport her back to Cuba. This is another one. Hey, don't say we didn't tell you, bro. Don't say we didn't warn you. All these Venezuelans in this country that are viewed as more right-wing because they escaped Maduro's Venezuela. All these Cubans who came here who are always vote Republican, very right-wing because they hate communism, because they hate, Fidel Castro and Cuba and what it's become. Got all these right-wingers. They come here. A lot of them voted for motherfucking Trump. And now he's still deporting all you motherfuckers anyway. Like it's nothing. He doesn't give a fuck. Remember the story? He deported a guy who opened up a burger place that was like named after Trump. It was called like Trump Burger or something like that.
Yes, I remember.
He deported that guy. They are they're so out over their skis. It's like they're trying to do white nationalism, but in the midst of doing the white nationalism, they're also just like, I don't care. Ruin everybody's life while you're at it. Ruin everybody's life. Trump supporter. Are you brown and a Trump supporter? You're definitely cooked. We're definitely going after you then. So it's like white nationalism mixed with like haphazardly going after many of their own people and even British grandmas, like we just discussed. That's how insane the system currently is. Watch this. Here we go.
Please, she does not deserve this. She's the sweetest person and she prayed for you.
Yeah, how many people who've been deported are sweet people? Only about maybe 5% or fewer are undocumented immigrants and violent criminals. So that means like 95% are not violent criminals. They're all probably pretty fucking sweet. A lot of them, they all have backstories. They all have family members. They all have friends. They all have detailed lives. But yours is so special. Well, maybe you shouldn't have fucking voted for the guy. How about that?
To President Trump from a South Florida man fearing his life partner could be deported to Cuba at any moment. He reached out to our Christian De La Rosa to share his story and his remorse.
This has been 8 months. I didn't know a man could cry this much. I did not think that this would happen.
Wayne DeMario has been working overtime at a Southwest Miami-Dade guitar shop, trying to distract himself from his pain and regret.
I hate to see her going through this. She's my best friend.
His life partner of nearly 20 years, Yamile Alcantu, originally from Cuba. ICE detained her back in June.
8 months that she's been taken. I call it kidnapped because it basically is.
He says it happened during what they thought was just another immigration check-in.
They grabbed her, put her in shackles and chains.
She'd been checking in annually, as so many do, hoping to fix her status. She lost her legal residency and got a deportation order back in 2008.
Okay, I just wanted to show you the warship things. I apologize if I ran a little long on it. Basically, what I believe is it doesn't take all of this to deport people. They call Barack Obama the deporter in chief because of the number of people he deported. There is a reason why all of this illegalities and all of this abuse is going on in plain sight. And they're trying to normalize this abuse, and they're trying to normalize it for a reason. They are trying to normalize these federal police agents in the streets and get you used to them and get you used to the fact that they are going to be covering their faces. You're not going to be able to distinguish one from another. If something happens to you, that you will be able to, file any type of claim, charges, or anything against these agents. They're not doing this for undocumented immigrants. If they're doing this for undocumented immigrants, then why are they building all of these warehouses in the United States? Isn't the point of arresting these undocumented immigrants is to send them back to their home of origin, or in many places of the origins that they've never visited before? Many of them are going to Africa and Sudan and all of these different places. But why are they building the concentration camps? I want you to understand. See, because you are Black people, you non-people of color, think that everything is for everyone else, and you don't see what's coming for you. Let's get into some more things I want to share with you. Oh, let me. There's some more things that I forgot. How come you guys didn't tell me? I forgot to do my Black history presentation on yesterday. I apologize. I did forget to do my Black history presentation on yesterday. And since I forgot, since I forgot to do my Black history presentation on yesterday, I do want to do it on today. Because this is Black History Month, and even though 4547, don't tell me he took it down, wants us to forget it. We're not going to forget
From the Houston Advanced Research Center estimated that existing data centers in Texas consume about 1% of the state's total water use for things like producing their own power or cooling equipment. They expect that to grow to nearly 3% by the year 2030.
And so this new water use period is not planned for in our state water.
Now, this is Texas. Government Greg Abbott solicited all of these tech billionaires to come to Texas, and build your data center. And now Texas is concerned about water use because there has been a new report that has come out that the world may be without water. Water is the new commodity. Like I told you, I think it was 4 years ago, sometime early in when I had my channel up, that water is going to be the new commodity. And if you got it, you got it. And if you got it, you're going to be able to use it as a commodity to sell and put a price on it, whatever your price is. And if you don't got it, you're going to die. So let's get into the data centers that are using all of the water and evaporating all of the water to collect their data to make their billionaires richer by using AI to take all your jobs away. A win-win situation. But hey, maybe the water that the data centers are using is going to be so full of all those forever chemicals that 4547 has approved that they can use in agriculture will ruin those AI computers, and you won't die, but AI will die, and you and your actual jobs will live. We'll see how it fleshes out.
Plan, and will just contribute to that water shortage and cause more competition for.
Brian Crawford turned on his kitchen faucet. Nothing came out. He tried the bathroom. Same thing. Walked outside to his well. The water level had dropped 30 feet in 6 months. He lives in Granbury, Texas, Hood County. His home sits less than a mile from a massive Bitcoin mining operation. Marathon Digital, 300 acres, thousands of computers, running 24 hours a day. And Brian's well, which his family has used for decades, just went dry. He's not alone. Neighbors reported the same thing, wells dropping, water pressure failing, some testing their water and finding it turned brackish because the freshwater zone got depleted and saltwater seeped in. February 6th, 2026, the Public Utility Commission of Texas announced it would require data centers and cryptocurrency mining facilities across the state to report their water usage for the first time. Not voluntarily. Required. Spring 2026. 6 weeks to respond. 4 days later, February 10th, the Texas House held a 7-hour hearing on groundwater sustainability. Robert Mace, a hydrogeologist from Texas State University, delivered testimony that made every legislator in the room stop what they were doing. 95% of groundwater districts estimate that their future water needs are unsustainable based on today's use and conditions. 95%. That's not a regional problem. That's statewide collapse. State Representative Armando Wally stood up and said what residents like Brian Crawford had been screaming for years. These facilities are giant soda straws, sucking aquifers dry while residents watch their wells fail. Governor Greg Abbott has spent the last 2 years courting every data center company willing to build in Texas: Google, Microsoft, Meta, OpenAI. He sat next to tech CEOs at press conferences and called their investments proof of Texas's leadership. Never mentioned water, never required disclosure, never asked how much they were using. And now, after drought disaster declarations covering 189 counties since July 2022, after reservoirs hitting record lows, after farmers losing irrigation for 4 straight years. Texas regulators are finally asking big tech a question they should have answered before breaking ground. How much water are you actually using? The survey that should have come years ago. The Public Utility Commission of Texas announced the survey plan on February 6th during a regular meeting. Luisa Venegoni, Chief of Staff to the Executive Director, presented the details. Data centers and cryptocurrency mining facilities will receive a survey in spring 2026. They'll have 6 weeks to respond. Questions will cover direct water use, cooling technologies, and indirect water use tied to their power sources. The PUC will compile responses into a report by the end of 2026. That report goes to the Texas.
So they're going to give them a whole year to compile a report as they continue to just piss and shit in the water that Texas has available. So you're going to get to the end of 2026 to compile a survey. Okay. Well, this is your government. Texas, these are your Republican government. No, your mother is stupid. And I told you, do not come in my chat disrespecting me or anyone in my chat. So because you're stupid and you cannot talk and explain what you want to say without being disrespectful. Take your disrespectful fuck ass the fuck up out of my chat, you stupid bitch. While you want to talk about me, you talk about what I'm talking about. Fuck, bitch. Okay, let's continue. This link is in my description box. I do believe. Let me see if this description is in my. This link is in my description box. Let me see. Okay, no, I haven't put it in my description box as of yet. This link is underwater in my description box. Avail yourself to the information that is provided. I have covered this story extensively even before the invent of all of these AI centers. The world has been on a steady path to lose water and have water to become a commodity. And now, since these AI centers is blowing through water to cool their servers, all in a attempt to collect all the data about U.S. citizens so they can survey and predict who's going to be a criminal and all of these things, have us living in a police surveyed state so that these few billionaires can make billions more of dollars while they are charging you increases on your water bill to do all of this data collection, and then you're going to die of thirst after you paid all of this money so billionaires wouldn't have to, so they could collect your data. What is the common theme around what's going on? This is some Hunger Games shit, and people right now are in the midst of paying for their own demise. And if you don't believe it, I don't give a fuck. If you don't see what's right in front of you, oh well, you don't see it. Enjoy. Bon appetit. That's all I can tell you. Okay, there is something else I would like to share with you in honor of Black History Month. I would be remiss if I did not share. Hold on. Hello? Oh, can I call you back? Are you in Washington? I no longer live in Washington. Bye. No. Okay, I'm back. So let me share with you. I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you. Black History Month. Now, 4547, even though he says that he doesn't want to respect Black History Month, he doesn't feel that Black History Month should be a thing. 4547 actually had a celebration in the White House, and his black MAGAs showed up. Let's look at all the buttery biscuits that black MAGA showed up to the White House for their Black History event. You know, the Black history that 4547 doesn't even think should be in existence. But you had some raccoons show up.
Why not? So recently, Donald Trump had the nerve to have a Black History Month celebration at the White House. And of course, the bootlicking, buck dancing, black MAGAs out there were so happy to stand in line and go out to this event. And one of these black MAGAs that I've come across a lot. He's the gay black MAGA who went to a Turning Point USA event and got called racial and gay slurs. Then ran and left. He was so insulted. Oh, I can't believe MAGA did this to me. Oh, I cannot believe. And now here he is with his big chiclet teeth, trying to act as if everyone there loves him, and you see the people turn away from him, and how you doing? Hey, hello, how are you? It's good. We're out here at the president. In the next time someone tells you the president doesn't do Black history, you tell him that you saw this event. This raccoon. CNN, cried on CNN, tried to basically be embraced and rescued by liberals and progressives, only to a couple of weeks later go running back to the black MAGA conservative Christian right group that he's in. And this is one of the reasons why I always say, I don't accept these people. I don't forgive these people. They can never come to me to come to their rescue, because at the end of the day, they're always going to revert back to being hateful, bigoted people. And they know where those people are. And that is within the Christian right Republican MAGA party. So that guy decides to make a video of him and a bunch of other bootlicking black MAGAs standing in line, waiting to go inside of this Black History Month celebration held by Donald Trump at the White House.
All right, so today is the Black History Month reception at the White House. I'm out here and you can see all of these people standing and waiting in line to go into the White House reception for Black History Month. So if anybody's telling you what's going on, brother, how you doing? How you doing?
It's an all-star
This is another one. This is what happens.
All-star
What's going on, brother? How you doing? What's up, man? What's going on? So good to see you as well, brother. So look, this is the line again for the Black History Month reception at the White House. So the next time somebody tells you that Trump is racist or he doesn't like black people or anything like that, you can direct them to this crowd. You can direct them to all of the black people that are here in support of the president. And you can direct them to stop their lying, their deceit, and their propaganda. Because this is black excellence behind me. And the Trump White House appreciates that, respects it, and is honoring it for Black History Month.
And I like how he says, the next time someone tries to tell you that Donald Trump is racist, show him this video of all of these black people standing in line waiting to go and see him at a Black History Month celebration.
Standing in line outside the gate, outside the actual grounds, standing in line. How come that they're not able to enter the White House like any other event? I've never seen an event at the White House that has people who are invited to an event have to stand outside of the grounds, outside of a chain link fence to the event that they have been invited to. Let's start there. Okay. he gives some examples.
That's like saying the next time someone tries to tell you that Warren Jeffs is a sexual predator, show him this video, show him this picture of all of these women standing around him. Show him the video of all the fathers who were so okay with sending their daughters over to Warren Jeffs. And that'll prove to you that he's not a predator. That's how dumb you sound when you say that. Just because you can get a couple hundred black people of the millions of black people in this country to go to a Black History Month event at the White House with the president for him to grandstand and basically say, look what I did. You guys can't call me a racist because look at this. There's 100 black people here who are so happy to see me. You sound dumb. It's absolutely dumb. But I want you guys to see something, because at some point, some people in there, like maybe 20% of the crowd, started chanting 4 more years. Maybe you guys will pick up on what I saw in this video, but just let me know if you do. They're chanting, a few people are chanting 4 more years, and you see Donald Trump and you see the people. You tell me what you see here. So what I see there is Donald Trump on stage at a podium, standing about 30 or 40 feet away from them.
I see a gold rope in front of the audience as if he is some display piece that they can look at and don't touch. That's what I see.
Behind a velvet rope with members of the military standing guard, because I guess Donald Trump doesn't want those animals to get out of a cage and get anywhere near him. That's what it looks like to me. You people look so stupid. Like Donald Trump is standing there like, yeah, make sure you get a velvet rope and some members of the military, because I don't want those animals to get anywhere near me. Because you should be.
You told Harpo to beat me? I loves Harpo, but I kill him dead before I let him beats me.
Did you know that the Trump administration has banned the color purple? Yeah. That black book / movie that tells the story of a black woman's journey from suppression to autonomy and joy, that tells our story of persecution, black people's story of persecution, banned by Trump's department for being too woke. Oh, it was all fun and games with Trump though, right? He's funny on Twitter, right? Yeah, it was just a big joke, right? He's just a businessman, right? I'm not gonna lie, Trump get to the money though, bro. Trump with the economy, right? They're erasing you. They're erasing you. 591 black books carrying our stories, carrying our history, banned under Donald Trump.
Banned. While you have this raccoon sitting up here who got butthurt when Turning Point USA called him all these great gay slurs and racist slurs when he showed up at a Turning Point USA event, believing his own ignorant ass hype that he was just like them. No, you're not like them. They told you you're not like us. And now where is he again? Tap dancing for Massa. Even though I'm going to ignore Massa is getting rid of all our history. Our eyes going to ignore Massa. You sure did you sure did have a good program for us up to us in the White House. Massa.
Yeah, that voting stuff don't really affect me, right? Oh, both sides are the exact same, right? They're erasing you. It's never a book about a Polish American immigrant. It's never a book about the first Irishman to climb Mount Everest. It's you. They wake up every morning and erase you while you plan with that stuff our ancestors warned us about. But opportunity zones, brother, right? But the economy, bro. You know what's funny? Even the things that you use to excuse this, you were wrong about. Y'all said, oh, y'all focused on a little tweet. Yeah, maybe he said something little racist. Yeah. But economically, he gonna help the economy. He gonna help us. Yeah, you were wrong about that too. The lowest black unemployment rate in American history happened under Biden, not Trump. Double the amount of black people started businesses under Biden than Trump, 34,000 to 17,000. Inflation-adjusted wages were higher. Black poverty was lower. More black people were buying houses. The data are beating your ass.
every single conceivable economic metric comes back to the same answer. You were wrong and gullible.
But HBCUs, right? Yeah, he might say something a little racist every now and then, but he gave a bunch of money to HBCUs, right? How much money did President Obama give to HBCUs? $4 billion. How much did Donald Trump give to HBCUs? $225 million. How much money did Joe Biden give to HBCUs? $16 billion. You haven't Googled it because you didn't care in the first place. You are so easily fooled. And it is to everybody else's detriment. And now we all have to sleep in the bed of your gullibility.
All of what he said. Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about black people. He's never created legislation or backed legislation that has done anything for the black community. Anytime he's had to sign legislation that benefits black people, he had to be forced to do it. And while you guys are standing in line, waiting to go in to see Donald Trump claiming he's doing things for the black community, he's also trying to erase your history. He had Black History slave exhibits taken down. A judge ordered that they put them back up, and now he's back in court trying to make sure that they stay down. So he's erasing your history right now. You guys standing in there probably got some hors d'oeuvres and a velvet rope. Military members making sure your black ass gets nowhere near him. And at the same time, he's also erasing your history. I fucking hate these people. Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about you. You're a pawn in his game to be able to grandstand and say, look at me, look what I did. Can't call me racist because I brought a couple hundred black people into the White House to stand 40 feet away from me, of course. And now I get to say, look what I did. You're fucking idiots. Period.
Don't want no enemies or
Happy Black History Month.
Envy and they hard, I tell them stop.
I would be remiss if I didn't celebrate Black History Month with you. Let me see something right quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me go down here. Right here. Hold on 1 second. I got that. Is there a list? Where is this list? Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, 1 second again. Maybe this is 5 or 6 seconds. The book Color Purple has been banned by the Department of Defense. And since then, the Pentagon has been ordered to reinstate banned race and gender themed books in military family schools. So, if you are unclear, if you want to come in here and tell me what has not been banned and where it has been banned at, Pete Keg Breath, those are that is one of the books that was banned by the Pentagon. Since you want to come in here and talk all of this dumb talk and understand that it has been ordered that these books must be reinstated. Let me see. Where is, let me see. Uh, In its quest to suppress diverse ideas and uncomfortable truth, the Pentagon, under a 4547 administration directive, had banned books that include many classics as To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee, The Handmaid's Tale. I don't know why they want to ban that because that's what they want to turn people into. The Color Purple by Alice Walker, and material about Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, and Rosa Parks, beyond subjects of enslavement and racial discrimination, materials speaking to Native American history, women's history, sexual abuse prevention, LGBTQ identities, and history was purged. The list include with honor and integrity transgender troops in their own words. Co-edited by Connell Bree Fram, one of the highest ranking out transgender officers in the U.S. military, as previously reported by Go. Let me share this with you. Since you want to sit up in my chat and act as if I would dare share some lies with you. This is not the propaganda channel. This is a channel where we give facts. Do you think that I would have time to waste to lie about Black history of all things? Here we go. Let me share this article with you. Let's read it together, shall we? Let's read it together. Where is it? Here it is right here. Let me enlarge this so you can get your rocks off by understanding that you don't come in my chat and try to be disrespectful and not even know what the fuck you're talking about. See, if you want to do your own Black History presentation, feel free to do so. Okay. Right here. Here, are we going to start right here? Related quest related outs from military being trans. Space Force officer books make Defense Department banned book list. Right under that, heading, in its quest to suppress diverse ideas and uncomfortable truth, the Pentagon, under Trump administration directive, had banned books that included many classics, such as To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee, The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, The Color Purple by Alice Walker, and material about Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, and Rosa Parks. Beyond subjects of enslavement and racial discrimination, materials speaking to Native American history, women's history, sexual abuse prevention, and LGBTQ identities and history was purged. This list included with honor and integrity transgender troops in their own words, co-edited by uh, Colonel Bree Fram, one of the highest ranking out transgender officers in the U.S. military, as previously reported by Go. Do you want that link? Let me set that link right here for you. I will put that link in. I will put that link right here in the chat for you. Since you came in here talking dumb shit. And what happened with this ban on these links? Here's the link to that. And now let's go a little bit further. Since you want to come in my chat acting like you're telling me something when I am doing my presentation on Black history. You thought you did your big one? Let's do it. Let me show you who do the big ones in RonyiQ's chat. Okay, let me show you who do the big ones in RonyiQ chat. If you don't want to take the word of go, the military channel has something for you as well. If you don't think that go is a reputable source, let's go here. Can we go here? Where are we going? Uh, military.com, Defense Department schools. Here are a list of the 595 books that here we go. Here we go. Children biographers of trailblazing transgender public figures. An award-winning novel reflect on what it was like to be Black in America, a series of graphic novels about the love story between a teenage gay couple. Those are some of the 596 books that have been pulled from shelves in the Defense Department schools that serve military children as part of the Trump administration broader effort to censor LGBTQ and racial issues from official government materials. The full list, you can click on it here, was released by the order of the federal judges as a part of American Civil Liberties Union lawsuit against the Department of Defense education activity implementation of the President Donald Trump's anti-diversity and anti-LGBTQ executive orders. The amount of titles banned by Trump administration is astonishing, and the list provided by the Department of DOA perfectly illustrate how the administration is putting politics above what is that? Pedagogy. Emerson Sykes, a senior staff official, a senior staff attorney with the ACLU Speech Privacy and Technology Project, said in an email statement to military.com, kids on military bases have the same First Amendment rights that we all enjoy and that their parents swore an oath to defend. Yet the administration has forced schools to remove titles like A is for activists and Julian is a mermaid that reflect the vibrant and diverse world we live in. As all 596 of these books must be returned to shelves immediately. As A is for Activist is an ABC board book about progressive terms and values, while Julian is a mermaid is a picture book about a boy who wants to become a mermaid. These are all the books that some of the books. The full list of the books can be found here. In April, the ACLU filed a lawsuit on the behalf of a dozen Department of DEA students and their families, alleging that the book bans and other actions to implement Trump's executive orders at the school violate the First Amendment. During a June hearing in the lawsuit, Judge Patricia Tolliver Giles, a Biden appointee in the U.S. District Court of Eastern District of Virginia, ordered the Trump administration to provide the full list of books removed from the Department of DEA. The Trump administration requested Giles to reconsider her order, arguing that the list can't be released because it is pre-decisional, since officials are still deciding the final fate of the books. But on Friday, Giles reaffirmed her order and released the full list. The majority of the books on the list appear to be related to LGBTQ themes and issues. They include several biographies written for children about transgender icons, including actor Chaz Bono, director Lana Wachowski, actress Laverne Cox, blah, 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 blah. So, you are... Another sizable chunk of the banned books discuss race and racism in America. One such book is Ta-Nehisi Coates, Between The World and Me, the National Book Award winner, that was written as a series of letters to his son reflecting on racism and being black in America. The Talk Conversations about Race, Love, and Truth by Wade Hudson and Cheryl Willis Hudson, a collection of short stories exploring the conversation families have about race in America, was removed, as was similarly titled "The Talk" by Darren Bell, a graphic novel about the police brutality. "The Talk" by Alice D. Williams, a picture book about a family advice to a young black boy about how to navigate racism. Okay, so here is the list. Uh, Peruse it at your leisure. Don't come in my chat talking dumb shit. The list. There is a link to the list of all the 595 titles of the book. Since I wronged you, since I said something wrong, uh, go and check it out for yourself. Oh, but you left. You talked shit and you ran when you saw that I was finna start dropping these facts on your stupid ass. But let's continue. Enough of that. Let's go on. Let's go on. I have a something on Instagram I would like to share with you as well. Oh, let me share this with you. I thought I had it set up. I apologize. There's so much I forgot which one it is. If you're not a subscriber to I can't even remember which one I wanted to share with you, and I wanted to share one in particular with you. You can see Kakai Patel in a now deleted video. Celebrating and drinking beer when the soccer team won their gold medal. They tried to delete the video and then tried to say that the video never came up. And of course, let me see.
We're just caught in a lie by MS Now, and it's pretty stunning to see. This is from Ben Williamson, the FBI's public affairs person. He says, your rag outlet wrote that he went to hang out at the Olympics on the taxpayer dime, even when he provided information that your theory was false. When you're ready to correct that, let me know. Won't hold my breath. In response to Ken Delanian, who's a great reporter. And Ken was reporting that essentially Kash Patel is in the Olympics on taxpayer dime. Take a look at what video Ken found from today. That's FBI Director Kash Patel, along with the U.S. men's hockey team. After the U.S. men's hockey team won gold, FBI Director Kash Patel was partying with the Olympic team on taxpayer dime in the locker room. After his public affairs director said that's not what he would be doing, essentially. He was caught in real time, doing exactly what he said he wasn't going to be doing. Spread the word. Follow along for more.
Oh, and Kash Patel did not walk the walk of shame during that little lie speech that 4547 gave yesterday. Now, let's talk about the hospital boat that 4547. I talked about it yesterday a little bit, but it's supposed to be sending to Greenland when in fact all of our hospital
We have some news
boats
right now. People are on.
are docked and being all of our hospital boats, the two of our hospital boats are actually being docked and repaired and spruced up. 4547 said that he was going to send these big huge hospital boats that they use to help foreign countries out when they are in a jam. He said that he was going to send them to Greenland to help the sick people in Greenland, only to find, did I get into this yesterday, only to find out that these ships, our hospital ships, are docked somewhere, getting refurbished and spruced up, and only to find out why would he be sending a hospital ship to Greenland? Greenland has universal health care. Greenland has no abundance of sick people that 4547 wanted you to believe. And you know what else Greenland had? Greenland had a United States nuclear warship in its water that Denmark was unaware of. And you know who was sick? One of the sailors had to be lifted out of that nuclear submarine. That's who was sick in Denmark. And 4547 tried to make you think that the people in Denmark in Greenland are so sick, and we have to send a actual medical boat out there to take care of the people who have a full universal health care from Greenland. And while we have a full nuclear submarine in the water off of Greenland, and we didn't let them know. And now we have to bring up one of our sailors who was down in this nuclear warship about to die. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you even hear about the hospital ship that 4547 was going to send over to Greenland?
On the world are laughing at the president of the United States after he said he was sending a hospital ship to Greenland to help with illnesses that are running on the island for several reasons. Number one, we're now learning that the United States Navy doesn't actually have any hospital ships that are able to use. Both of them are being repaired currently. So there are no active hospital ships that he could just send there. Number two, there are no illnesses running rampant in Greenland. And not just that, Greenland has healthcare through Denmark, free healthcare, universal healthcare through Denmark. And so around the world, people are saying, what the hell is the president of the United States doing, sending a so-called hospital ship, which he may not even send at all, to Greenland, who doesn't actually need it? And while a lot of people are just saying, well, this could be a ploy by Donald Trump to exert America's soft power abroad, but the people of Greenland don't even need the hospital ship. So lots of laughter right now. Spread the word. Follow along for more.
Okay, this link is going to be in my description box, but we're going to follow up on the real. This is in my description box under hospital ship, but let's get to the nuclear submarine and the U.S. sailor who had to be rescued off of this submarine in Greenland. Shall we? Let's get to that. Since people want to argue about Black history, but they don't want to argue about this administration. Y'all want to argue about stuff that is factually easy to prove, but you don't want to argue about this. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I think it is right here. Here we go. Let me share the remainder of this story. It is in my description box under hospital ship. If you didn't have this information, if you heard 4547 make an announcement about sending a hospital ship over to Greenland, uh, here is the remainder of the story. Let me share my link with you. I'm just here to give you some information that you may or may not be aware of. So let's go to it. Here we go.
Greenlandic waters, about 7 nautical miles from Nuuk. Eyewitness footage showed personnel standing on top of the submarine as assistance arrived. The vessel's appearance matches known U.S. fleet submarines, though its exact identity has not been confirmed. Danish authorities verified the evacuation took place on February 21 using a Danish Defense Seahawk helicopter to airlift the crew member. The individual was transferred to Greenlandic health authorities and admitted to a hospital in Nuuk. With Arctic security growing in strategic importance, the incident highlights both the expanding military presence in the region and the logistical challenges of operating in extreme northern waters. Denmark's Joint Arctic Command says a U.S. submarine crew member was urgently evacuated in Greenlandic waters, about 7 nautical miles from Nuuk. Eyewitness footage showed personnel standing on top of the submarine as assistance arrived. The vessel's appearance matches known U.S. fleet submarines, though its exact identity has not been confirmed. Danish authorities verified the evacuation took place on February 21 using a Danish Defense Seahawk helicopter to airlift the crew member. The individual was transferred to Greenlandic health authorities and admitted to a hospital in Nuuk. With Arctic security growing in strategic importance, the incident highlights both the expanding military presence in the region and the logistical challenges of operating in extreme northern waters. Denmark's Joint Arctic Command says a U.S. submarine crew member was urgently evacuated in Greenlandic waters, about 7 nautical miles from Nuuk.
So what does Greenland have to say about this offer to send a hospital ship to their nation? Surely they have something to say about that, wouldn't you think? I would think. Let's see. All of this is under hospital ship in my description box. Avail yourself to it if you want. Here we go.
Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen on Sunday said no thanks to U.S. President Donald Trump's idea of sending a hospital ship to Greenland. Trump said Saturday in a social media post that he was working with Louisiana Governor and Special Envoy to Greenland Jeff Landry on sending the Mercy Hospital ship. Trump has repeatedly said he wishes to take over the Arctic territory. Nielsen said in a post on Facebook, quote, "We have a public health care system where treatment is free for citizens. It is a deliberate choice." Nielsen said Greenland remained open to dialogue and cooperation with the U.S., but that the country should, quote, "talk to us instead of just making more or less random outbursts on social media." Greenland, Denmark, and the U.S. late last month launched diplomatic talks to resolve the crisis between the parties. That's after months of tension within the NATO Defense Alliance over Trump's threats against the Arctic territory. Trump's post on the ship came hours after Denmark's Joint Arctic Command said it had evacuated a crew member who required urgent medical treatment from a U.S. submarine in Greenlandic waters. It wasn't clear if the post had any connection to the evacuation.
If I can make a case, because
oops,
you were
not trying to play that. I apologize for that. I was trying to close that window. Goosey, I was not trying to play any portion of your video, especially with that lisping liar on your channel. So I think that is all that I have for you today. I do thank you guys. Let me make sure because I always veer off to something different, and I I forget to show something to you. Oh, here. Let's get back to the water. I got all off track about the water. One more thing I want to show you. Did I show this already? I don't know. Let's go back to the water just in case. Emergency UN declares a global water shortage. Not just the, not just RonyiQ. No, the UN emergency UN declared global water bankruptcy as billionaires demand it all for data centers. All right, let's get into this.
Our moral outrage meter is now totally broken to the point where there could be some like colossal news that we need to digest and act on, and we just can't anymore. We can't anymore because Trump broke us as a country where, we had 7 scandals a day that just, almost make us numb to some real world shit that matters a lot, right? This is a great example of exactly that. Let me show you this. Mohammed Safa says the following. We are officially entering global water bankruptcy. The UN has announced that we will start running out of clean water, drinking, cooking, showering, dishes, laundry, etc. in the next few years. Water won't always be free. When clean water becomes scarce, it will be privatized, priced, controlled. You will pay for it, and those who can't pay won't survive. Okay? This is from the UN directly. Global water bankruptcy. I don't know, man. Seems like maybe we should all be talking about this, and maybe government should be acting on it and trying to do anything and everything in their power in order to stop this from occurring. And of course, you're not going to be surprised to learn what's the culprit. Climate change, of course. Everybody knew for a long time one of the worst elements of climate change is going to be wars over water. Because of the changing climate and on average, everything becoming way hotter, you're having more extreme weather events, more drought, more famine, fresh water sources are running low, and so there's going to be wars over water at some point. That's what it is. And so now that day is here where they say, look, it's inevitable. This is going to happen. And I still see no actual talk about this. I can't you want to talk about feeling like a doomer, feeling pessimistic. When I read this and then there was nothing. I didn't see anything on CNN, didn't see anything on MSNBC, didn't see any U.S. politicians talk about this. And then meanwhile, ready for this? This shows you how psychotic this current moment in history is. Ready for this? Large data centers can each drink up to 5 million gallons per day, or about 1.8 billion annually. So at the same time, we're entering global water bankruptcy. Right now is when the AI billionaires are demanding that we build more data centers, which require, basically stealing billions of gallons of fresh water. In a world that made sense, as soon as the news came out that, hey, we're entering global water bankruptcy, every world government would have said, okay, that's it. We're shelving the data center plans. At the moment, we're freezing it, and we're going to have to address this water shortage and this water.
But we did see 45, 47 address the usage that data center use in electricity. He said absolutely nothing about water. He said that they were going to have to build their own power plants and things. He said nothing about what they were going to have to do for their water usage. So this link is in my description box as well. Go over there to Kyle Kalinske. This link is underwater. If you would like to see the rest of this link, I suggest that you subscribe to Kyle Kalinske as well. And I hope you guys have a fabulous day. I appreciate you all coming out. If you were bitching and moaning, I appreciate you as well. So have a fabulous day, and let's meet up here tomorrow, 8 a.m., maybe a little earlier. I will have I will have the live set up. If you want to come over here and kick it, I am always here. If you want to support the channel, give me a thumbs up, leave a comment in the comment section, or a Cash App $ RonyiQ. Your click and a view is also a way that you can support this channel. If you would like to subscribe, you're more than welcome to subscribe. That is another way to support this channel. I am not trying to give you my opinion. I do have opinion on the things that I'm giving you, but what I am actually trying to give you is factual information. First and foremost, I will throw my opinion in there on here about it, but that's what we do. All right, guys, have a fantastic remainder of your day, and in the words of a great poet, stay sucker free.